LA Knight wants a rise with everybody saying big fucking deal.
That's okay. I can't worry about that right now. What I can worry about is John Cena. Look, I tell you this, I got all the respect for you in the world. Me and you, we've done it. We've had the tag team. We've done it all.
But LA Knight remains headstrong in his goal of being Cena's last match.
And you eating a little BFT, catching 3 the hard way, and that's not an insult. That is just a fact of life with everybody saying LA Knight. Yeah. Hi, Mom.
I saw somebody say that in 2025, LA Knight is more CM Punk than CM Punk is, and the more time goes on, I can't unsee that. This is the guy fighting against the Machine, and I want him to win the whole damn thing.
And an Uso, oh my! Machka kick!
Rusev lost to Jey Uso next in the Last Time Is Now tournament.
With a kick and a spear by Jey from the top! Uso splash! Jey's in the semis!
That weak-ass spear and a splash to beat a monster like Rusev. The game is so gone. And I feel like every time I talk about Jey Uso, it starts with me saying, I don't hate Jey, but... And again, I don't hate him, but what a stinky howler of a decision this is. The entire booking of Cena's retirement tour has been pretty bad, but this tournament in of itself could have been better thought out. Because there's just no way you should have a monster like Rusev losing to Jey Uso like this.
Let me tell you this in plain English. Okay? I got nothing against your balls. I have great respect for your balls, but I have my own balls.
Ron Killings was sacrificed for balls humor in 2025. The game is gone. Truth says he's trying to offer some American balls, and Nick says he's got his British balls over... I don't know, bro.
No way! I'm in! I'm in! I'm gonna return John Cena! Let's go! Let's go!
You just couldn't take my balls, could you?
The Miz is back in the tournament despite the fact he already lost and was out. Way to go back on your booking, guys. Great job. We then see Damian Priest being interviewed where he says his eye is healed and Aleister Black's being weird.
They think they're gonna change me. Number one, it's weird. 2, it's not gonna happen. Honestly, the only thing he's accomplished in this entire time, he's been able to piss me off.
And then Damian Priest is like, I can't wait to kick that piece of shit in his Dutch balls. I have my Puerto Rican balls, and I can't wait to kick him in his Dutch balls. And for some reason... Then Zelina comes up and says, you ever wonder why you're always the one being attacked?
Did your really, really tough husband send you to tell me that?
Fucking yikes. Zelina says, the last time everyone was talking about you was when he burned your face off. And if you want more punishment, then we will oblige. And then this next bit, I can't, man.
You notice how every week they talk, the less we understand? I don't get it. It's wepa.
Hey, yo, Kathy, I didn't understand a single word that little jabroni just said. So anyway,
wepa.
Oh, man, this fucking show, dude. Mind you, I actually really liked the finale to the Black Priest feud, but why is it still going?
Hello. I'll let you two catch up.
Sweet mask.
Oh, thanks, man.
You all set for War Games tomorrow?
You know the answer to that?
Fair enough.
I once again scream into the void. Brand split, anyone?
But anyways, I have to go hype up Charlotte for her advantage match, but when I'm done...
But think about that.
An idea past
what sort of man walks up to women and asks them
bad at promos, and I'm just
pictures
now
of other men? Who would they rather have
in
sex
this
with?
one,
This
I
guy or
noticed
this
no
guy?
fire, no charisma, no energy behind what he was saying. And
So,
then an even
that
more
was even,
confusing
like, my
booking on
ex
this
still
edition
saw
of
that and goes, wow,
SmackDown.
that's
Chelsea
kinda
Green
fucked
had
up.
her title celebration finally, and for some reason they've decided to have her.
So then I started calling him, I said, it's
beating
creepy. I'm like, this is
Cargill.
creepy and weird. And she
Basically,
said that,
Chelsea
so
is
I'm like,
counting down for expensive pyro that she got for her celebration, and bang, the women's champion is here.
WWE Women's Champion out on fire, runs into a boot by with a bit of jaded to Chelsea Green.
Now, out of everyone you've got on this roster, what is the need for a Jade trying to overheal another heel plot? Julia, for some reason, just hasn't got a rematch or doesn't care enough to campaign for one. And Kiana James, I guess, has nothing to say about it. There's all these women you have at your disposal, these talented women, and this is the play? And I would assume that part of the booking, to be fair, with Jade Cargill right now is them waiting for Bianca Belair to come back, and also waiting for the various plots of Survivor Series War Games to be done, but even still, they can do better than this.
Oh, she got her celebration.
Just, I honestly don't believe Triple H or anyone in creative is fit to serve anymore. It might be time to wrap it up. We might have to lob one up for Gemini or Chat TGP. It's over. We then see Rhea's War Games team getting ready because Charlotte has an advantage match against Asuka later on. Which, by the way, I will say something positive. I adore anytime I get to see AJ Lee on my screen again, and this visual of her alongside all these other women from different generations is incredibly surreal.
I'm glad that you're feeling confident. I am too, because no matter what happens tonight, I know we're gonna win tomorrow. I'll make sure of it.
We then see Kathy Kelly, who tries to get a word with Cargill after her attack on Chelsea Green.
I got a problem with anybody that runs their mouth. That was a statement to the entire women's locker room. And if they have a problem with it, they can step up and get stepped on too.
Then B-Fab walks by and Jade's like, do we have a problem? B-Fab says nothing. I guess they didn't have the budget for her voice lines.
I'm good. I don't know why anybody's not checking on her and her attitude. Damn. Might have to be me.
But we then transition back to the quarterfinals of the Last Time Is Now tournament, where LA Knight took on The Miz.
Still half asleep from our tryptophan. LA Knight, top rope, caught by Miz. Miz, skull crushing finale. Is going to the semifinals. No, kick out.
Miz would then go for a figure four, but LA Knight scrambles away and ends up in a Miz version of the STFU. Miz tries to use the ropes to win, but Lil Nate catches him and he gets caught with a BFT.
Skull crushing finale again. Standing switch. No! Whoa! Force trauma. BFT. LA Knight heading to the semifinals on Raw.
The final four in this tournament are Jey Uso, Gunther, LA Knight, and Solo Sikoa. It's getting scary cold out here. It would be very Triple H of Triple H to end 2025 with Jey Uso beating LA Knight, and then he goes on to the finals, beats Gunther again, and beats Cena too. You think it sounds ridiculous, but if I said to you this time last year, Jey Uso is not only going to win the Royal Rumble by eliminating John Cena in his final year, he's going to go into WrestleMania to submit Gunther with his own move to become world champion. You'd look at me like I was insane. We then see Becky Lynch spurring on her War Games team. She says, I've got a 100% win rate in War Games, so listen to me. Then Asuka says, I'm not worried about Charlotte tonight.
Last time, I faced Charlotte. She was out for a whole year. I'm not worried about it.
You know, in hindsight, maybe you should have been a little worried.
You got it.
Give that guy some Mountain Dew.
Go, Oscar.
Then we see Ilya Dragunov suited and booted. He says he will defend this belt against those who are worthy before he's interrupted by Ciampa again.
I'm here. Oh no.
You asked about Tama Tonga. The only person you should be concerned with is Tommaso Ciampa.
Sorry, Ilya. I got a case of the vid. Anyway, Ilya, you're defending that belt and you're dropping it to Tama Tonga on the kickoff show.
Oh no. I'm here.
Big fucking deal.
Ciampa says last week he took Axiom's mask and next he's taking the US title.
You brought up a good point. I will think about it. Jackass.
I am enjoying this feud. I think Ciampa is slowly reaching a point where he needs to snap. I feel like there's only so much you can disrespect a psycho killer before he takes you out. You know what I mean? Although, I don't know why this match wasn't built for Survivor Series, I'll be real. Or at least a US Open Challenge should be happening on that show. But back to the great booking crisis, Asuka got beat by Charlotte again. But not before Asuka accidentally misted one of the NPCs at ringside.
Oh no!
For whatever reason, Asuka can just never beat Charlotte, I guess.
Asuka missed wildly. Charlotte now, natural selection. Cover.
And then let's talk about this incredibly mid traditional Survivor Series tag match. Because as it went on, the decisions got worse and the crowd got more dead. I understand that this was pre-taped for Thanksgiving, but talk about a Survivor Series match with no heat at all.
Hail Saban! Down goes Tonga. Over the top and everyone's down.
First we'd see JC Mayo eliminated by the Motor City Machine Guns.
Saban legal. Beautiful pinning combination. Mateo eliminated. Wow.
And then Shinsuke would get derailed by goated Indian restaurant Tama Tonga.
Bang. Oh, that the cutthroat. And Tama Tonga into the cover. Shin's eliminated. It's 4-on-4 now.
Shin. Knock. whole scene is depressing.
Down goes Loa. Here's the pinning combination in an elimination.
And this next piece of booking made me and many others sick to my stomach. Now, I get it, Tama Tonga is a tank and he should be built up, but don't feed both of the MCMG to him.
Choke slam on the apron. Cover. Oh, bang! By Tama Tonga. And now the MFTs with a 3-on-2 advantage.
We could have had Chris Sabin in this C2 right now.
And, oh, God! Tama Tonga about decapitating Phoenix, and Sami Zayn is all alone.
Now that Sami was the final remaining member of his team, he manages to take out Tama Tonga.
To the roster and the crowd. Oh, damn! Haluma kick! Out of nowhere! Sami collapses into the cover.
He then gets Tama Tonga counted out, which protects him from eating a pin at least.
Tama Tonga's been counted out.
Tama Tonga has been eliminated!
It comes down to Solo and Sami, where Solo spikes Zayn to be the sole survivor.
And Solo, did he kick out? Solo kicked! He did! And now, the spike to Zayn from out of nowhere, and Solo's the color!
And then just when you think it's over, WWE is still building the Wyatt 6 versus MFT feud, so here comes Uncle Howdy.
The Wyatt 6. Uncle Howdy! Sister Abigail!
I think maybe the Wyatt 6 show up to cost Solo his match in the Last Time Is Now tournament, and then they'll probably have this war in early 2026. I can see them costing MFT the Royal Rumble in some way, and this all leads to Uncle Howdy versus Solo Sikoa at WrestleMania, which is truly one of the matches of all time. They're probably gonna keep building Tama Tonga up as a monster as well and have him be Eric Rowan clean. It's a shame Panina Tuolepa from LFG isn't further along in her development, because I think her being a part of Solo's bloodline and fighting Nikki would be mad compelling. But this overall was certainly one of the SmackDown episodes of all time.
There were many who claimed devotion to Emperor Palpatine. The Inquisitorius swore their oaths. The Emperor's hands carried out his will. The Darkside adepts worshipped him as a master of an arcane power. Even the Imperial military bent its knee to the shadow of his throne. But among all of them, among every fanatic, every cultist, every Sith scholar, and every trembling servant who whispered his name in fear, there was one who surpassed them all. One who did not simply obey the Emperor, but gave himself to him fully. Body, mind, spirit, identity. This was not loyalty. This was not ambition. This was not the hunger for power that pulls most Darkside followers into Palpatine's orbit. This was worship, pure, unbroken, and absolute. So complete was his devotion that Palpatine entrusted him with something he gave no other being in the galaxy. His very essence, his spirit, his life after death. When the Emperor of the Sith fell, this man became the vessel that carried his master's soul across the stars, not merely following the dark side, but becoming its chosen vessel, its host. His name is barely spoken in the modern era. His legend lies buried beneath wars, empires, and the rise of brand new orders. But to understand the true depth of Palpatine's reach, and the terrifying faith that one man held in him, you must know the story of the Emperor's most loyal servant, Jang Droga, the last zealot of the Dark Empire, and the only follower that Palpatine ever trusted enough to inhabit. Before the Empire, before the Psychic Link, before he became the vessel of the Sith Emperor, Jang Droga was a hunted creature, not hunted by criminals or bounty hunters, but by the Jedi themselves, because beings like him always left a trail. He was a Force-sensitive born without teaching, without guidance, a wild flame in the dark, and the wild flames draw in the Jedi Sentinels. Jedi Sentinels were the hunters of the Order, seekers and destroyer of the dark, those trained to track down dangerous Force-sensitives and artifacts before they can become a real threat. And on one fateful day, a Sentinel found Droga. What happened in the encounter has been lost to history, buried, because no Jedi Sentinel has survived long enough to report it. but the evidence remains. A yellow lightsaber stained by the dark side, carried by Jeng Droga for the rest of his life. It is the only record of this battle, a blade meant to defend the innocent, now wielded by a man who understood only instinct and violence. The Jedi Sentinel entered the wilderness to put down a growing danger and a predator, but he did not return, and from that moment on, the Force seemed to whisper, something is wrong with this dark Jedi. Droga became a shadow on forgotten planets, a wandering maverick, a self-taught duelist who fought not with discipline, but with overwhelming ferocity. He traveled with nothing but 2 blades, one Jedi yellow, one Sith red, symbols of a man walking between worlds, belonging to neither. His early life was a pilgrimage of survival, evading Jedi patrols who sensed something was off, but couldn't locate him, slipping through criminal syndicates who whispered about the dual-bladed butcher, and Force cults in the nameless corners of the galaxy. But every conflict made him stronger, every victory made him stranger. But beneath the chaos, beneath the bloodshed, there was a truth that Droga never understood. He was not growing, he was waiting. His power had no direction, his loyalty had no target, his rage had no purpose. He was a weapon with nowhere to aim. He was a blade that belonged to no master. And in that emptiness, the dark side stirred, because the Force knew something that Droga did not. One day he would not merely serve a master, he would carry one. A servant so hollow, so malleable, so instinctively devoted, that he would become the only being in history capable of holding the spirit of Emperor Palpatine himself. Droga wandered the void, unseen and nameless, until the moment the Emperor found him, and gave the weapon direction. Palpatine did not discover Droga by accident. The Emperor was a connoisseur of dark side potential. He could taste ambition, he smelled fear, and he sensed hunger. Most of the adepts that he encountered wanted something: power, rank, secrets, recognition, prestige. But Droga was different. When Sidious found him, he sensed no ambition, no ego, no future self demanding to be shaped. What he sensed was emptiness, a hollow vessel brimming with raw instinct, a man whose entire identity could be replaced with a single purpose. Droga was not a student waiting for a teacher, he was a weapon waiting for a target, and Sidious recognized that instantly. He was not an apprentice, he was a vessel. Other Emperor's hands were independent operators. Mara Jade was brilliant, cunning, a spy, an assassin with her own moral code. Lumaya sought destiny, legacy, power, and the Sith philosophy. The Inquisitorius tortured knowledge out of prisoners, the dark side adepts that chased occult secrets. All of them served Sidious with an expectation that they would grow, they would benefit, and they would rule. But Droga wanted nothing, and that is what made him priceless to the Emperor. To Palpatine, the perfect servant was not the strongest, it was the one who had no identity without his. When Sidious looked at Droga, he saw something utterly unique, a being whose entire sense of self could be shaped with a single command, a vessel, a future host, a weapon with a heartbeat, the psychic link. This was the ultimate form of trust. Sidious established a permanent psychic link with Droga, something he did with no other hand, no Inquisitor, no Adept, not even Vader. And while he had a less permanent one that he shared with Mara Jade, the calling of Jeng Droga was much more. The bond allowed him to see through his eyes, to speak into his mind, to direct him without words, to sense his emotions, to quiet his rage, and to fill the void inside of him with purpose. For Droga, the experience was transformative. The emptiness that had defined his entire life was suddenly filled with the Emperor's presence. For the first time, he felt calm, focused, directed, and even whole. This was not loyalty, it was a revelation. Jeng Droga did not see Palpatine as a master. He saw him as the answer to a life of confusion and isolation. The Emperor became his purpose, his identity, his entire faith. While other hands served the Empire, Droga served Sidious directly. He obeyed without hesitation, without ambition, and without even thought. If Sidious told Mara Jade to die, she would hesitate, maybe even fail to execute. If Sidious told Lumaya to die, she would bargain. If Sidious told another acolyte such as Steel to die, he would question him. But if Sidious told Droga to fall on his own blade, he would do so with zeal. That was the difference. The other hand served an emperor, but Droga served the dark side's chosen vessel. The others feared Sidious, but Droga feared only the absence of him. The others wanted power, and all he wanted was proximity. Palpatine did not need to manipulate him. He needed only to be present. Drogo's philosophy was simple. There is no dark side without Palpatine. There is no purpose without his will. I exist because he commands it. Sidious made Drogo the captain of the Emperor's Shadow, his personal yacht, and more importantly, his fallback sanctuary when dealing with ancient powers, deep force rituals, and dangerous departures. Drogo became the guardian of the Emperor's most valuable moments. He oversaw the other hands. He walked beside Palpatine into the tombs of Korriban, defying ancient spirits with nothing but his loyalty and his twin lightsabers. He was no longer the wandering berserker. He was now a hand sharpened by the will of the Emperor, and the most trusted blade in Sidious's arsenal. There are only a handful of moments in Star Wars Legends where Emperor Palpatine is genuinely threatened, not by rebels or by traitorous Moffs, and not even by Jedi, but by the ancient Sith themselves. Korriban is one of those moments. For Darth Sidious, the journey was meant to be a conquest of knowledge, a demonstration that he, the reigning Dark Lord, was the rightful heir to the most ancient tombs of the Order. But the ancient spirits that dwelled in Korriban's catacombs did not fear him, and they did not bend. When the Emperor demanded secrets of immortality from them, the spirits rose in fury, a storm of hatred and hunger older than the Republic. They assaulted him, crushed his defenses, and tore into his mind with the wrath of 1,000 dead tyrants. Palpatine, the Emperor, was overwhelmed, and that is when Jang Droga made his decision. The Hollow Man charged forward alone. His twin blades lit the tombs in a violent gold and crimson. He didn't hesitate, he didn't falter, and he didn't fear. He didn't care that these were the greatest masters of the dark side. He only cared that his Emperor had been threatened. If the Emperor falls, I fall, and there is no life beyond his shadow. He grabbed his master and dragged him from the tomb, fighting off spirits no mortal should have been able to stand before, and he forced a retreat back to the Emperor's shadow. In one of the few recorded times in the entire Dark Empire era, Palpatine's life was saved by another being's hand. Darth Sidious never admitted fear, but after Korriban, he knew that this man was indispensable. In the days that followed, Palpatine entrusted Drogo with missions that no other hand would ever learn existed, including one that would forever redefine his fate. The journey to Biss, and the Emperor's greatest secret, the perfection of his cloned bodies. The moment that would lead to Drogo becoming not just Palpatine's greatest servant, but his future body. In the year 4 ABY, as the Battle of Endor raged, most of the galaxy believed that the Emperor stood untouchable on the second Death Star, an immortal tyrant presiding over the collapse of the rebellion. But Jang Droga knew better. He had felt the Emperor's presence through their psychic link. For years, this was a constant quiet thunder in the back of his mind, a heartbeat that was not his own, a shadow that filled the emptiness inside of him. Drogo was stationed in the Yushan sector when the heartbeat suddenly changed. It faltered, stuttered, wavered, and then it stopped. Just silence followed, a silence so total that it shattered him. The psychic collapse. Across the stars, Droga screamed. His crew of the Emperor's Shadow watched in terror as the captain, usually calm, obedient, even sedated, the most stable of Sidious's servants, fell into a violent, feral convulsion. He felt Sidious die, not metaphorically or symbolically, but literally through their mental link. To Droga, it wasn't the Emperor's death. It was the death of himself and his purpose. In one breath, the purpose that had filled him dissolved. The presence that anchored his mind vanished. The silence pressed into his skull like a vacuum. Something inside of the man split open, and then he snapped. The Berserker unleashed, and Droga seized the nearest crew member, crushing his windpipe with his bare hand. His dual blades erupted in red and yellow fire. The bridge became a slaughterhouse. Every officer, navigator, and technician became instant prey. This was not a normal rage. It wasn't hatred. It wasn't vengeance. It was instinct. A wounded predator thrashing in the dark, lashing out at the universe that had taken his master from him indiscriminately. The Emperor's Shadow spiraled out of control, alarms howling, systems failing, as its captain tore his crew apart in the dim red light. And then the ship fell into the atmosphere of the world of Cal. Droga did not try to save it. He didn't try to escape. He no longer cared. He wanted one thing, to be anywhere his master's presence might be found. The ship plunged into the ocean, but Droga survived. Barely. But something followed him there. The Emperor's spirit arrived, Palpatine had not died, his body had perished, but his consciousness, the twisted knot of hatred, hunger, and will that was Darth Sidious, refused to scatter. It traveled through the Force, seeking the nearest vessel that it trusted, and there it finally found Droga. The Emperor's spirit entered him like a storm of knives. A torrent of dark energy slammed into his mind, fusing with his nervous system, filling every corner of him with burning malice and psychic pressure. He screamed, but this time not in grief, but in possession. But for Droga, this was the highest honor imaginable, and the most agonizing torture that he could endure. With Sidious inside of him, his sanity frayed even further. His purpose returned, but in a twisted, distorted, evil form. He rose from the wreckage of the Emperor's shadow, a vessel of pure dark energy, and then he began the long, delirious journey to Biss. The process to remove him took years. Saint Pestage, Palpatine's most loyal vizier, slowly extracted the Emperor's consciousness from Droga's body and mind, transferring him into a waiting clone. In the end though, Droga had done something that no other being in the galaxy could have. He brought the Emperor back from the grave, and Palpatine would never forget it. When the clone's eyes opened on Biss, shining with the unmistakably cold fire, Jang Drova felt his soul reorder itself, and the galaxy snap back into place. Years of wandering.
Oh, it's looking like I'm late to the ice cream convention. Yeah, basically, cookies and cream ice cream is just Oreo. When I was a clown chant, this one time, I'm gay. Yeah, we gotta get to the store. One time I was Krusty the Clown because I was... Okay, I'm gonna say something esoteric, but Oreo ice cream is just cookies and cream ice cream. Yeah, and basically, I'm gay. And I'm
Peanuts, grass.
I'm gonna eat a Subway sandwich, and I'm gonna make
Look, I'm gonna feed the elephant whatever, okay?
I want a sandwich, and I want macaroni on it.
Peanuts.
And I want pickles, and onions.
Maybe some Oreos and some chicken.
And I want dinner, and because there was...
Maybe some dinner.
Okay, give me some fries, and basically...
Anyways, I'm gonna go home and watch Netflix, especially the part when I was... Yeah.
Yes, oh yes.
I live in Siberia, a cold because...
Worms under my skin, worms under my skin.
I swear to God, if you find one more minion to have in the house, because if you find a minion...
March, I don't think you fucking understand what's going on, okay? There's a lot more at play
if you
here.
find a minion and you don't tell me, then I'm gonna find out and I'm gonna see...
March, I'm literally gonna just be your best friend and give you a big hug, so...
I'm gonna see it on the scene.
Why don't you just be mad at me all...
Cameras in.
I'm a big bird! I'm a big bird because I'm a big bird! I'm a big bird!
And some pickles!
Okay, so basically I'm a big bird because I have big wings and I can fly, and because there is a... I'm a big bird!
And some fucking pickles!
Oh, I thought... I'm a big bird!
And some fucking pickles!
I thought I was a big bird.
In every arena, whether it is martial arts, war, sports, even the Jedi Temple, there is a question that never goes away. Who was the greatest? In this series, we're examining the contenders, not just the strongest Force wielders, not just the most iconic Jedi or Sith, but the ones whose presence alone bent the galaxy, whose form and philosophy redefined lightsaber combat. We have already covered Exar Kun, the brilliant Jedi turned Sith Lord, a master of both sorcery and the lightsaber, a philosopher warrior who fused arrogance with artistry and made his mark not only with his blade, but with the ideas that have scarred the galaxy. Today though, we shift deeper into the shadows, into something colder, something much older, a name spoken in whispers even by the Sith who revere him, a being known not for elegance, but for pure eradication. Tulak Hord. In the Sith legend, he was called the Lord of Hate. They say he killed hundreds, maybe even thousands of Jedi by his lightsaber alone, that his lightsaber technique became the foundation of an entire form, that his rituals could tear apart armies from within, and that even the Sith themselves feared the knowledge that he left behind. But the deeper you look into Tulak Hord's legacy, the less you see. There are no first-hand accounts, no journals, no treaties signed in his name, just scattered holocrons, battlefield scars, and rumors so persistent that they have now become prophecy and legend. So today we're not handing out a crown, we're building a case. Was Tulak Hord the greatest lightsaber duelist of all time? Or was he just the greatest Sith ghost story that was ever told? Well, that's not for me to decide. I'm just here to make the case. But to really understand Tulak, we have to go back, farther than Vitiate, farther than Revan, farther than Naga Sadow or Marka Ragnos, back to the time when the Jedi in their most dangerous exiles tore the galaxy in two. What resulted was a war that would forever change how Force wielders fought. A war called the 100-Year Darkness. This was the crucible in which the Sith were born, a schism within the Jedi when a group of dark Jedi began experimenting with forbidden powers, dark rituals, force manipulation, alchemy, and the unnatural extension of life itself. The Jedi High Council denounced them, war broke out, and in that war, something fundamental shifted. Lightsabers, once ceremonial weapons and tools of defense, became the primary method of killing fellow Force wielders. For the first time in galactic history, lightsaber on lightsaber combat became commonplace. Jedi fought Jedi, Dark Jedi clashed with Old Masters, duels weren't theory anymore, that is how wars were won. And with that shift, the earliest lightsaber forms began to evolve and to change. Form 1 Shi-Cho had been the standard for centuries among the Jedi. It was designed to disarm, to defend, to resolve conflict through posture rather than with precision. But in the 100-Year Darkness, it began to fail. The sweeping wide movements left practitioners vulnerable to razor-edge precision of an opponent that was trained to kill. So a brand new form began to take shape as a response, one built for duels, not for crowds. A form that emphasized economy, precision, footwork, and most of all, lethal intent. This was the birth of Form 2 Makashi, the first lightsaber form built specifically to counter other lightsabers, the ultimate duelist art. And it is here, somewhere in the fires of that war, that Tulak Hord would emerge. We don't know whether Tulak Hord was one of the original 12 exiled Jedi who founded the Empire. Some holocrons suggest that he wasn't even a Jedi at all, that he was something more dangerous. Some suggest he was a dark side mercenary, a wandering killer, a war-born duelist who didn't care for politics or dogma, only challenge. The story goes that while the 12 Dark Jedi were forming their new society among the red-skinned Sith species, that Tulak Hord appeared in their ranks like a ghost in a storm. He wasn't there to lecture about the Force. He wasn't there to build temples, monuments, or even to rule planets. Tulak Hord was there to fight. Not for glory, not even for conquest at first, just to test himself. To test his mettle against the strongest warriors that the galaxy had to offer. And in that pursuit, that is where his legend was born. In other Sith Lords, they saw the dark side as a path to rulership, but Tulak Hord saw it as it was, a weapon, a means to sharpen his instincts, to predict his opponent's movements, to shatter their resolve before they ever raised their lightsaber. Where others sought the throne, Tulak Hord sought the duel. He wasn't like the other Dark Jedi, who after war wrapped themselves in silk and gold, proclaimed themselves gods and kings. Ajunta Pao was buried in his wealth. Karnus Mur was obsessed with immortality. Remulus Drapa built towers so tall that he forgot the world below him. But Tulak did none of that. He wore blackened armor scorched by time and by battle. His robes were plain, his presence terrifying. He didn't want ornamentation, he wanted movement efficiency, a weapon's simplicity. In the chaos that followed the 100-Year Darkness, he aligned with the Sith not because he believed in their vision, but because they shared his thirst for war. To the Sith, war was commonplace, and the Sith gave him what he wanted the most. They gave him worthy enemies. From this point forward, Tulak would be remembered not as a ruler or as a philosopher, but as something far more rare among the Sith, a duelist. A killer refined through repetition, and a master of lightsaber combat who may have shaped Makashi itself, not as a form of elegance like Dooku would later claim, but as a blueprint for survival and domination. Tulak Hord did not need to talk about his power, he showed it in silence with every cut. He was the war-born mercenary, no jewels, no thrones, just death. He wasn't a philosopher, he wasn't a king, he wasn't a prophet. Tulak Hord was a weapon forged by war, sharpened by ritual, and unleashed without mercy. Where other Sith Lords pursued domination through alchemy, mysticism, or political manipulation, Tulak Hord's method was simpler and more terrifying. He had perfected violence. He didn't rule from a throne, he ruled with his lightsaber. And the closer you look at his life, the more obvious it becomes that he didn't ascend the hierarchy of the Sith through influence or cunning, that he didn't have to. Tulak Hord killed his way there. The Sith Lords of this era, those who came from the 12 Exiles, embraced their new empire by embracing the excess of power. Ajunta Pal was entombed in gold, revered as the first of the Dark Lords of the Sith. Karnus Mur bent minds and bodies with alchemy. Remulus Drepa constructed citadels, isolating himself behind walls of obsidian, as too did Darth Endedu. Each believed that their dominance lay in what they could build, or what they could warp. But Tulak believed power was what you could defeat. He had no obsession with architecture or decadence. Tulak's tomb, located on Korriban, is not grand because of its beauty. It's infamous because of its death traps, illusions, and combat rituals that lie inside. His final resting place was not a tribute to his ego. It was a last challenge, a battlefield wrapped in stone. It was a warning, a cost. Tulak wore no crown, no ornamental robes, no gemstones encrusted into his gauntlets. His armor was blackened with age, scarred, pitted, functional. Likely once red in its original form, it had faded under constant battle, and he kept it not because it was beautiful, but because it worked. Because Tulak Hord did not care how he looked. He cared whether you survived the first 3 seconds of your duel with him. Many in the Star Wars community equate him to a force-wielding Grievous. In many ways, he is the perfect precursor to the General. If Grievous had been born with a deep connection to the dark side, Grievous collected lightsabers from his Jedi victims. Tulak created rituals and techniques that could unmake the Jedi entirely. Grievous fought for vengeance. Tulak fought because fighting was the only time that he ever felt alive. But the key difference, Tulak did not lose. He wasn't a creation of Sith science or a puppet. He was a being who lived only to test himself against Jedi and others, to improve, to refine, to master. And unlike Grievous, who lacked finesse and relied on mechanical savagery, Tulak's style was disciplined. His footwork, his timing, his cuts, everything about his movement points towards a duelist who valued perfect control. He didn't overpower you. Tulak dissected you. Later Makashi users like Dooku would be admired for their elegance, their saber work. Dooku treated lightsaber combat like a fencing match, a noble purist. Dooku's form, his clothing, even his posture all radiated refinement. Tulak Hord treated the blade, though, like a scalpel. He didn't integrate Form 2 into his identity. He was Form 2. He didn't care about elegance, he cared about lethal efficiency. And where Dooku would die in a clean cut at the hands of Anakin, Tulak Hord would leave behind a battlefield full of corpses, and then vanish into the next war. The Sith that walked among monsters. The Sith Empire was fractured in this era. It was a violent place. Dozens of lords vied for control. Armies were raised and extinguished overnight. Planets fell. Slaves became kings, and then corpses. It was chaos. But Tulak Hord thrived in that chaos. But unlike his peers, he didn't carve out a territory to defend. He didn't sit on a throne and wait for challengers. Tulak moved from world to world, system to system, not as a ruler, but as a storm filled with fury and identity, with purpose. If Sith society offered him a position of power, Tulak accepted it only as long as it did not interfere with the next conquest. If they offered him feasts, he declined. If they gave him praise, he ignored it. What Tulak wanted was not respect, he wanted the fight. That was the only thing that he himself respected. And that's what makes Tulak Horde so terrifying. He didn't kill for pleasure, he didn't kill for gold, he killed for understanding. And that's what makes him so hard to dismiss in the GOAT debate. He didn't just survive the ancient empire, he defined it, not through politics or philosophy, but through ritualized combat and the cold, unrelenting repetition of death. But now let's get into specific feats. If Tulak had simply mastered the lightsaber, he may have been remembered as just another duelist, feared, but forgotten. But Tulak Horde did not stop with technique. He took the same surgical brutality, the same obsession with precision, and applied it to war. And what followed were not campaigns, they were obliterations. According to ancient Sith texts, he wasn't a traditional warlord. He didn't rely on armies or numbers. He relied on terror, on rituals, the idea that the battle was over before it began, because you were already losing your mind. To Tulak Horde, the battlefield was not just where victory occurred. This was sacred ground. This is where his blade became the altar. Among Tulak Horde's most well-known feats is his conquest of the Droman system, which would later house the resurgent Sith Empire under Vitiate. This quote comes from the narrative of Star Wars: The Old Republic from an Inquisitor. He took the Droman system with only his lightsaber and the dark side of the Force. With the specifics lost to time, this event is accepted even in Sith records. What little we know though suggests that no massive army accompanied Tulak here, at least not one that took any credit. Legends claim he used dark side rituals to destabilize the enemy before striking, corrupting commanders, fracturing communication, turning allies into enemies with whispered visions and psychic pressure. And when that system fell, it never rose again. Droman belonged to the Sith from that moment forward. Even Luke Skywalker would delete it from the Jedi archives. Even in that period, it remained conquered by the dark side. But here is where we get into his true claim as the GOAT, the greatest duelist in all of Star Wars, the Battle of Yin and Kabosh. Tulak Horde is credited with leading Sith forces to victory in the battles of Yin and Kabosh, where he reportedly slew over 1,000 Jedi. Quote, during his lifetime, Tulak Horde was considered the greatest duelist of all of the Sith Lords, having conquered the planets of Yin and Kabosh, and having slain more than 1,000 Jedi. This is the most credible claim in support of Tulak's status as the greatest Jedi killer in Star Wars. But even here, we don't know how he killed them. Did he personally cut down thousands over years of campaign? Did he use a ritual? Did he fight them alone, as is implied? Well, this is where the record ends and the myth begins. The first conquest is known to history and myth as the Night of 1,000 Eyes. Sith holocrons recovered during the Old Republic era speak of a battle where Tulak Horde was seen in multiple places at once, striking fear into soldiers from across the battlefield. Some claimed he used advanced Force illusions to manifest false versions of himself. Others described visions of loved ones twisted into mockeries, spectral doubles, or even enemies seeing Tulak's face on their own allies, driving them to madness. If you ever see him in more than one place, run. There will not be a third version. Whether all of this happened or not, the tale reinforces the legacy. A warrior who didn't just beat you, he made you fear yourself before the battle ever arrived. Next is the cult of Veshkar. Coming from another unverified Sith record, this legend describes Tulak Horde's encounter with the cult of Veshkar, a rival darkside sect focused on ritual summoning and group projection. Some accounts suggest that he challenged their high priest to single combat in front of the entire cult, the duel only lasting seconds. It is said that Horde waited, motionless for the priest's first strike. Then he ended him with a single cut. No resistance followed. The cult scattered that day, and the name Veshkar vanished from Sith history. But whether this was a real event or a cautionary tale, it adds to the mythos. Tulak Horde didn't just kill, he made examples. Then you have the Vranskar Massacre, another possible allegory. Some Sith writings refer to a campaign on the world of Vranskar, a battlefield said to be soaked in madness. The legend goes that Tulak Horde entered the battle alone, and when reinforcements arrived later that day, no enemy remained alive, and no other Sith warrior had to draw upon their weapon. Jedi bodies were reportedly unmarked, curled in fetal positions, or found clutching their heads as if attacked from within. Some believe that Tulak performed a mass ritual that weaponized grief, paranoia, and unresolved guilt, causing Force-sensitive minds to implode under the weight of their own shadow. Unfortunately, there is no Republic record of this world, no official battle logs, just ruins, and the Sith belief that Tulak Horde turned one battlefield into a graveyard of the mind. We don't know the details of exactly how he did it, but luckily we do have an idea. And here we discovered that Tulak Horde approached the battlefield unlike any other Sith Lord in the lore. Ritualistically, what is consistently documented in Sith sources is that Tulak Horde used rituals to enhance combat. He didn't use it to pursue immortality. These were not meditative or passive rites, they were weapons. Sith acolytes centuries later would describe his teachings as included Force-induced hallucinations, mass emotional manipulation, amplifying hatred and betrayal, phantom projections used to disorient enemies mid-battle, Force trauma loops, causing opponents to relive past horrors in the heat of battle. Tulak didn't need an army, he was the army. And in a galaxy built on fear, he used ritual as artillery, softening his enemies with madness before ever drawing upon his lightsaber. His conquests were not about political territory, they weren't about taxation of resources, they were about testing himself, refining his form, spreading his techniques like a plague across Sith space. Holocrons containing his knowledge were hidden. Tribes scattered his records, unwilling to let his style give another rival an edge. It was scattered not out of reverence, but out of fear. This is what separates Tulak from other conquerors. They fought to rule, but Tulak fought to perfect. When he reached the limits of war itself, he left behind no monuments, only nightmares. And we believed he did it with Form 2. You cannot talk about lightsaber dueling without talking about Makashi Form 2. It was created during the 100-Year Darkness, the moment lightsaber duels between Force wielders became commonplace, and the limitations of older forms like the sweeping, unfocused Shi-Cho became obvious. What the galaxy needed was a duelist answer to a duelist threat. Makashi was that answer. And while we don't know for certain who created it, holocrons reportedly point to Tulak Horde as one of its first true masters, if not its defining force. The records are scattered. Some Sith tribes deliberately hid Tulak Horde's teachings, afraid of what they could unleash in another apprentice. His techniques, especially his precision footwork, counters, and ability to control the flow of a duel were so advanced that they were seen as dangerous to even other Sith. Unlike later Form 2 wielders who practiced the form as a noble art, Tulak didn't care about elegance. He didn't see the form as a reflection of his personality. He saw it as a path to perfection. The best known Makashi master in the modern era is Dooku. He treated the form as a symbol of aristocracy, graceful, poised, stylish. His saber was curved. His form was theatrical. His technique flowed with pride and personality. But Dooku personalized the form. Tulak became it. His mastery of Form 2 wasn't tied to fashion or expression. He chose it because of raw efficiency, because that is how Jedi and Sith alike fought in this era, blade to blade. This is why Traya would later famously say that anyone not of this era were as children playing with toys compared to the old blade masters. She said that as the personal master of Revan. Tulak did not deal in style points, he dealt in depth. He reshaped the way that Sith viewed lightsaber combat forever, and that is why many call him the duelist god. The legacy reached far beyond his life, carried forward in secret, taught in whispers, and adapted over centuries. But my favorite example of a Tulak Horde duel is his duel with the Sith Lord, the first Dark Lord, Ajunta Pal. In the tradition of the Sith, where power is earned, not given, this is a story that many believe. The claim repeated in later Sith recordings is that Tulak challenged Ajunta Pal after years of service and conquest, and defeated him in a duel of skill alone. No trickery, no force lightning, blade on blade. And in doing that, Tulak proved something terrifying. While the Force is powerful, sometimes the lightsaber is the most influential tool of conquest. That duel, if it happened, was not just a transfer of power, it was a redefinition of Sith tradition. From that point on, the lightsaber became more than a weapon in Sith culture. It became a measure of worth, a way to prove dominance not just through the Force, but through personal skill, through combat. And even when later Dark Lords like Sidious attempted to move away from the lightsaber, dismissing it as crude or outdated, Tulak Horde's legacy forever lingered, because long before the Rule of Two, before Bane, Plagueis, or Vader, there was one Sith who proved the blade could elevate you above kings. Tulak Horde killed thousands of Jedi. Even if you cut that number in half, or by a factor of 10, it's still staggering. Consider this. Darth Vader is revered for hunting down and killing dozens of Jedi during the Great Jedi Purge. Revan and Malak killed Jedi by the hundreds, but mostly through war, not direct duels. But Tulak stands apart, because according to Sith records, scattered and inconsistent, but persistent across time, his kills were not from afar. They were up close with a blade, in the eye of the storm. But there's one more thing that we need to talk about. Just like Exar Kun, there is no recorded defeat that Tulak Horde ever suffered. In all of the bloody records, no matter how exaggerated you believe them all to be, there is no account of Tulak ever losing a duel. No Jedi bested him, no Sith disarmed him, no recorded failure, just victory. But just as we did with Exar Kun, what are the critiques? What are the holes in the argument for Tulak being the GOAT? Well, this one is extremely unique. In the lore, there is no denying it. Tulak Horde was real. He lived, he fought, he killed. His tomb still lies on Korriban, buried beneath layers of ritual, traps, and silence. But how much of what we've heard is actually true? This is where the debate begins, because Tulak Horde is not like other Sith Lords. We don't have named Jedi opponents. We don't have full holocrons. What we have are ruins, fragments, and rumors, many of them written by Sith, who were notorious for twisting history to elevate their own myth. Even the holocrons that do survive speak in riddles. Some contradict each other. Some seem to inflate his kill count, inflate the scale of his rituals, presenting his battles more like legends than actual logs. And maybe that's the point, because to the Sith, Tulak Horde didn't just need to be a man. He needed to be a symbol, a standard for what the Sith could become, a dark mirror, a legend without flaw. Some will argue that his story is more allegory than fact, that he represents the upper bar of Sith potential, the duelist who mastered not only the lightsaber, but the dark side's most aggressive rituals, bending them into a single unstoppable philosophy. They say that the Sith across centuries pointed to him not because he was real, but because he was the myth that they aspired to become. But even those skeptics must admit, he existed, he ruled. His teachings were so dangerous that Sith tribes scattered and buried them, and his techniques reappeared across centuries in the hands of those who studied his legacy in secret. So whether Tulak Horde was a man, a monster, or a myth, his impact was undeniable. Tulak was never defeated in open combat, not once. He outdueled every rival, but in the end, like so many Sith, his downfall didn't come from strength, it came from fear. According to records, his own apprentice betrayed him, not in a duel, not in a formal challenge, but from behind, a blade in the back. By the time Tulak Horde died, it was accepted that no one alive could face him and survive. In the Rule of Two era, betrayal was expected. A Sith apprentice was meant to strike when their master least expected it. Proof of cunning and ambition. If you got close enough to kill, you had earned your place. But Tulak lived in a different age, one where Sith were expected to win through strength, not subterfuge, where battles were fought with honor, brutal yes, but face to face. His apprentice didn't challenge him because he already knew the outcome. He knew Tulak Horde was unbeatable at the blade. So he did the only thing left. He cheated death, not by surviving it, but by avoiding the fight altogether. And so the greatest duelist in Sith history died not in battle, but in betrayal. Not because he was weak, but because no one dared to test his strength head on. So, what do we make of it all? Was Tulak Horde the greatest duelist who ever lived? Did he truly kill over 1,000 Jedi? Was he the master of Makashi before the form even had a name? Or was he just the legend that the Sith Lords told each other in the dark, hoping to become what he represented? What we do know is this: he was real, he was feared, his knowledge was suppressed by his own people. We know that he mastered the lightsaber to a degree that has never been officially surpassed. And he died not because someone was stronger, but because no one could beat him face to face. Maybe that's what makes him the most terrifying of them all. Not just his blade, not just his rituals, but the idea that Tulak Horde didn't just fight the war, that he was the war. and that no one ever beat him. So now we turn it over to you. Was Tulak Horde the GOAT, or just the Sith's greatest myth? Let us know in the comments, and stay tuned as we continue the GOAT series with more warriors, more legends, and more cases to make. As always, my friends, I can't wait to hear what you have to say in the comments down below, and as always, may the Force be with you.
Brisham. Sul. Snibara. Dubnat. Merkel. Europe? Oh! Dogo. Bristlek Kumbar. Hard Tribbles. Swanji. Shyla. No, Pinkappa. Swanji. Neep. Oh. Oh. Ah, Warig.
Salufa. Bitte.
Yaba. Sharp Ooh! Short. Vocal vanilla frog. Ooh. Ooh. Weasel frog.
Oh,
Nasa.
Biscuit. Braza? Lean nutch. Bonus.
Dag. Fee Nasa.
Weevil bet. Shibi no keeb. Wayne Trumpet.
Tranjala Jabi. Vush. Waslaba. Sabine. Renique was sore.
Vanilla.
Caljo Doris. Hispa. Oh. Risala Kumbar. Pardu Skinsa Plosh.
Bor.
Yafa. Dala. Chibi.
Oh, bonus.
Sapivdo. Oh, Hebene. Flupia.
Yes, you've been. Whoa.
Snows Garzo.
Opago.
Sway. Quafica Bimo? Chilu.
Oh.
Wavu. Ruskan Lampima? Muchi Pichi? Baribi? Down Sabrihana.
So.
Flat.
Kills the limit.
Stifa move it.
Oh.
Zafi. Muchi Pichi? Benji? Slick. Hibistan. Iba. Tibo Manza Zimonis Arrow.
Oh. Again.
Garsha. Garza.
Imka Flu.
Rock. Camus. Band trip. Zimastay. Lumi. Maybe. Tito Manza. Bobsini. Buma. Samsoma. Kinja. Oh. We've been saving McCoy. Weave. Oh, me no get.
In every arena, whether it is basketball, martial arts, or warfare, the question always echoes, who is the greatest of all time? LeBron, Jordan, Duncan, Kobe. Champions with different legacies, different weapons, different eras, and yet all part of the same conversation, the GOAT. But what if we took that debate to a galaxy far, far away? What if we examined the Jedi Order's most righteous defenders, the Sith Empire's darkest monsters, and attempted not to decide the greatest, but to present the case for each of them? Welcome to a brand new series, a galaxy-spanning examination of skill, of power, of legacy, of raw, sheer presence with the lightsaber. We will be covering the most iconic names in Star Wars history, the best at the blade, Luke Skywalker, Yoda, Tulak Horde, Darth Bane, Revan, and more. Each video a case file, a profile in galactic greatness, not to hand out a crown, but to give you the evidence so that you can decide who truly belongs on top as the GOAT. The GOAT conversation in Star Wars is far more complex than it looks, and the list of real contenders is shorter than you think, especially when we're talking about lightsaber combat exclusively, because the truth is, the lightsaber wasn't just a weapon, it's a legacy, an extension of the Force, a symbol of the Jedi, the Sith, and everything in between. Elegant, lethal, demanding. This is a weapon that punishes hesitation, that exposes even the slightest flaw in focus or technique. Some Force wielders spend their entire lives simply attempting not to get themselves killed with it. Others treat it like a tool, brute force over technique. But once in a generation, once in a while, something changes. Someone changes the game. They don't just wield the blade, they redefine it. They bend the entire battlefield to their will. They command space, rhythm, and death with every movement. They are the juggernauts, the outliers, the anomalies, the ones who dominate entire areas of combat. And in Star Wars history across thousands of years, through countless Jedi and Sith, only a few have ever risen to that level. Only a few entered the true GOAT conversation. And today we begin this journey with one of the most dangerous Force wielders and duelists of all time. A duelist so supremely confident in his skill that he redesigned the most unstable saber type in history, just to make it even more dangerous, not only to his enemies, but to himself. Today, we will be documenting Exar Kun. Before he ever fell to the dark side, Exar was already terrifying. A Jedi prodigy trained under Master Vodo Siosk Boss, a legendary duelist in his own right who wielded only a Force-imbued wooden staff. And yet, even he could not rein in Exar Kun. At the Jedi Temple, Exar was undefeated, unmatched, a phenomenon with the blade, a mind filled with ambition, arrogance, and fire. In the expanded lore, duelists like Ulic Qel-Droma, whose own combat feats are staggering, are praised not for defeating Exar, but Ulic is praised for just surviving him. And this was before the Sith, before all of the forbidden knowledge, before alchemy, before the dark side truly took hold, before he became the Dark Lord. Even then, Exar Kun was rewriting the art of lightsaber combat. He rediscovered the schematics for the double-bladed lightsaber in an ancient, long-lost Sith holocron, but instead of replicating it, he redefined it. He shortened the hilt, making the saber faster, more unstable, and infinitely more difficult to control. It was a weapon so lethal, so impractical, that even the Sith called it insane. But Exar, he didn't care, because the only thing more dangerous than the weapon was the man holding it. Exar Kun wasn't just powerful, he was the definition of skill issue. Even the ancient Sith who came before him, brutal warlords like Tulak Horde and the Massassi Swordmasters wielded double-bladed warblades, primitive but deadly precursors to the modern saber staff. They were massive, 2-meter-long metal weapons, less finesse, more obliteration, and yet, even they understood the danger of putting two blades on a single hilt. The balance, the rotational chaos, the self-harm risk. These were weapons of destruction, not precision. But Exar Kun, he saw opportunity in that chaos. He saw a narrow window, a window to become something greater. A margin of error so thin that even most Sith Lords wouldn't dare touch it. And he dove in head first. When Exar discovered the Sith schematics of the double-bladed lightsaber, he didn't just recreate the design, he optimized it. He shortened the hilt, reduced the reach, increased the spin. He took a weapon already seen as unstable and dangerous, and made it tighter, faster, and more volatile. But why? Because Exar Kun was so utterly confident in his control, so sure in his dominance that he believed the weapon's greatest flaws would not apply to him. Most duelists fear losing control of the second blade, but Exar turned that second blade into a dance partner. He spun his weapon through his fingers with the grace of a Makashi master, precise, elegant, deliberate. But when the moment called for it, he shifted instantly into the brutal, overpowering strikes of Form 5 Gem So. Overwhelming strength, counterattacks designed to dominate a duel. And perhaps most frightening of all, XR mastered defense with the saber staff. Many consider defense to be the double-bladed lightsaber's greatest weakness. It's hard to block incoming blows without risking the second blade slashing behind you. Your own weapon becomes your greatest threat at that moment. But XR Kun solved this problem. He made it work. He turned a flaw into a fortress. His style was terrifying because it wasn't just raw aggression, it was calculated chaos. An unholy fusion of Makashi's elegance, Gemso's brutality, and a devastating hybridized variant of Nyman, Form 6. Nyman is the diplomat's form and the monster's mask. To understand XR's martial philosophy, you have to understand what Nyman is. Form 6 Nyman, often called the diplomat's form, was not designed for mastery of any one field. It was a jack-of-all-trades style, blending bits of forms 1 through 5 into a balanced, easy-to-learn form. It emphasized moderation, fluidity, and for many Jedi, it was the perfect form for peacekeepers. Jedi who weren't dedicated duelists, but those who still needed to defend themselves when diplomacy would fail. Nyman was about harmony. It included elements of force integration, using telekinesis, mind tricks mid-duel. But for most practitioners, it simply wasn't enough. It was not spectacular, not dominant. It was just that, enough. And that's why most masters of Nyman never made it into the GOAT conversation. In fact, it's nearly impossible. But for XR Kun twisted Nyman. He took the adaptability and he weaponized it. He didn't just use telekinesis in combat, he chained it into his offense. He broke defenses with force-enhanced strikes and seamlessly blended blade and mind into a singular force. XR turned a form meant for restraint into an apex predator's toolkit. While the Jedi used Nyman to end fights quickly and peacefully, XR Kun used it to toy with his enemy, to overwhelm them with a style that they could not read. He mixed timing, stance shifts, and momentum in ways that made him nearly impossible to counter. For the Jedi, Nyman represented control, balance, versatility. It was a form of peace. But for the Sith, in XR Kun's hands, it became something else entirely. The ultimate instrument of adaptation and destruction, a toolbox from which he could borrow every style and break every rule. XR Kun didn't choose between power and grace, he chose both. And that's what makes him one of the most terrifying duelists in Star Wars history. Not because he was strong, but because he made every single part of his martial philosophy a reflection of his own arrogance and his own brilliance. His style told you everything you needed to know. I am XR Kun and I will not lose. But let's fast forward. Thousands of years after XR Kun's fall, long after the Great Sith War, long after his spirit was entombed in a corrupted Jedi temple on Yavin 4, his influence still had not faded. And here's the thing. In the Darth Plagueis novel, when Plagueis sees that Maul has constructed a double-bladed lightsaber, he doesn't call it a saber staff. He doesn't refer to it as some genetic Sith design. Darth Plagueis calls it the weapon of XR Kun. Let that sink in. This is Darth Plagueis that we're talking about, a Sith Lord so arrogant, so cerebral that he dismissed nearly every other Sith in history, even more so than Sidious would. Plagueis had zero time for the ancient spirits. Where Palpatine was obsessed with uncovering tombs, temples, and forgotten rituals, Plagueis simply didn't care. He didn't believe in honoring ghosts. He didn't believe in worshipping ruins. To him, most of the old Sith Lords were failures, dead and buried. Their empires crumbled, gone. But XR Kun, that was a different story. Even Darth Plagueis had to acknowledge that name. He was impressed that Maul had even attempted to construct a saber staff in the style of XR's. Not the shorter hilt version of XR himself, but Maul's was longer, a bit more traditional. But still, the fact that Maul dared to wield that kind of weapon in live combat, Plagueis saw that and immediately thought XR. This tells us everything. Because if you lined up a room full of Rule of Two Sith Lords, Plagueis, Sidious, Vader, Bane, Zana, and you asked them to pick the greatest duelist, not including themselves of course, there is a very good chance that you would hear the same name whispered more than once. XR Kun. Why? because XR didn't just use the double-bladed lightsaber, he perfected it. He took something unstable and turned it into a weapon of control, and then he used that weapon to brutalize his master, cutting down Vodosios Boss down in front of the entire Jedi Council and the Republic. This was his moment, the duel that marked the end of his time as a Jedi, and the beginning of a reign as the Dark Lord. And here's the thing that gets overlooked way too often. This version of Exar Kun, this monster that no one could touch in a duel, he hadn't even scratched the surface of Sith knowledge yet. He hadn't even begun. He was already the best duelist of his era, unquestioned, uncontested, before he fell to the dark side, before he made pacts with Sith spirits, before he studied sorcery, alchemy, and soul manipulation. Exar Kun wasn't built by the dark side. He brought that power with him. The darkness just gave him permission to become something more. But now let's talk more about Form 6, and let's just be blunt. Form 6 is universally considered the weakest lightsaber form in lore. That's what many exceptional duelists have said, including the likes of Anakin and Dooku. It's the jack-of-all-trades style, a hybrid pieced together from the other forms, designed to be practical, accessible, and moderate. And that's the problem. It's too balanced. It's too safe. It doesn't specialize in anything. It's not as defensive as Surisu, not as aggressive as Gemso, not as elegant as Makashi, not as unrelenting as Juyo. In theory, it gives you a little bit of everything, but in practice, it gives you not enough of anything. A shocking number of Jedi who relied on Nyman, especially during the first battle of Geonosis, did not make it out alive. Because while Form 6 may have worked in a diplomatic standoff and low-stakes missions, it collapsed in the total chaos of war. These Jedi were facing blasters, monsters, and Sith-level threats, and their form just simply couldn't keep up with it. They weren't prepared, and it showed. But here's the real twist. Exar Kun also used a hybridized, aggressive variant of Form 6, and when you watch the way that he fought, the dominance, the fluidity, the violence, you almost have to reframe the entire reputation of Form 6 entirely. There is a truth that needs to be revealed here. Exar Kun didn't default to Nyman. He didn't fall back to it as a compromise. He didn't use it because he couldn't master other forms. He used it because he already had. Exar Kun wasn't patching together parts of other forms out of necessity. He was selecting them, curating them, integrating them as a composer pulling from a full orchestra. He was already a master of Makashi, already a master of Surisu, already a master of Gemso, Ataru, Xian. And Nyman in his hands wasn't a balanced form, it was his platform for the GOAT debate, a container into which he poured everything, and he made it seamless. He wielded the saber staff with the grace of a Form 2 stylist. He overwhelmed his enemies with Gemso's brute force. He flipped tempo mid-fight like someone of Form 7 would use, dancing on the edge of madness. In truth, calling Exar Kun a master of Nyman doesn't do him justice. It's technically accurate, yes, but it undersells the truth. Because Exar Kun wasn't a master of a lightsaber form, he was a master of the lightsaber. Every stance, every rhythm, every flaw, every strength, including Form 7. Because when you look at the ferocity behind his style, the pressure he applied in combat, the way he has weaponized chaos, there are clear elements of Form 7. And that's why putting a label on his form is unfitting, limiting. He wasn't a Form 6 duelist, he was the duelist, the blueprint, the standard. He didn't elevate Nyman, he transcended it. And in doing so, he shattered the ceiling of what lightsaber combat could be. But here's where things get very ugly. Because being a master of the lightsaber, being in the GOAT conversation isn't just about elegance or a textbook form. It's about what you do with that power. And in the case of Exar Kun, he did what every true Sith Lord would do. He took it and he cheated. He exploited. He broke the rules of combat the same way he broke the rules of the Jedi, unapologetically. And that's what made him so dangerous, so iconic. He is undeniably Sith. You see, Exar Kun wasn't just innovative, he was manipulative. He didn't just adapt, he corrupted the fight itself. He was famous for using technical tricks that would have made traditional duelists recoil. His double-bladed lightsaber wasn't just a weapon, it was a trap. Exar Kun rigged it with hidden switches. One blade could reactivate and deactivate mid-spin, catching opponents off guard as they swung to block a blade that was no longer there, and just as quickly, the other would ignite. He would then shorten one end mid-duel, forcing his enemy to overextend, then lengthen it again, making the next blow land twice as hard. The hilt was his playground, and he controlled every inch of it. Imagine fighting someone with a spinning dual-bladed laser sword that changes its length, shuts itself off, turns itself back on, and is wielded by a man who's smarter, faster, and more brutal than you are. That is what it was like to face XR. He didn't believe in a fair fight. He didn't duel to test his skill, he dueled to win. And while the Jedi called this dishonorable, XR saw it as what it truly was: power. This is what the Sith was to him. The part that understood that domination wasn't about rules, it was about results. He weaponized unpredictability. He played with rhythm, tempo, psychology. He wore his opponents down not just physically but mentally, before the first blade ever clashed. And yet, here is the real tragedy of it all. Here is the cold truth that makes his legacy more chilling. Even with all of those tools, even with all the tricks and the raw power, no one ever pushed XR Kun to his limit. Not really, not in his prime. There was no grand duel where XR Kun was tested and barely emerged. There was no equal rising up to challenge him at the height of his power. Because by the time XR truly came into his own, after he shattered his master, after he claimed the title of Dark Lord, after he conquered Sith magic, alchemy, and spirit manipulation, there was no one left who could touch him in a duel. So he turned his ambition towards something else. Not the blade, not the war, but to eternity. XR Kun didn't die in a lightsaber duel. He didn't fall to another master of the Force. He tried to cheat death itself. Because for someone like XR, someone who had already conquered the battlefield, the only enemy left was mortality. And that tells you everything. He didn't go out swinging. He went out trying to become something more. Because the blade was never the ceiling. It was already conquered. With all of that said though, any good GOAT debate needs a counter, because no matter how dominant, how skilled, or how terrifying a duelist is, there is always room for criticism. Always someone ready to say, yeah, but. And XR Kun, yes, it's true, there are a few buts. Let's begin with the obvious. Some people say that XR Kun was a cheater, not in the childish sense, but in the Sith sense. He didn't just break the rules of lightsaber combat, he rewrote them. One of the most controversial techniques associated with his style is what is called Trakata. Trakata is a method where a duelist deactivates their blade mid-fight, then reactivates it in order to land a killing strike. It's deceptive, it's brilliant, it's lethal. Considered by many Jedi to be one of the most disgraceful things a lightsaber duelist can do. Because it's not about the form, it's not about mastery, it's about catching your enemy off guard, exploiting their expectations, turning the nobility of a blade into a sleight of hand trick. As a Jedi, it is an unforgivable betrayal of what the weapon means. But XR didn't care. He used Trakata not just sparingly, but as a part of his regular flow, disengaging one blade, flipping the hilt, reigniting it behind your guard, changing blade lengths mid-swing, killing you with rhythm breaks instead of force. It was all deliberate, all a part of the same philosophy, to win no matter what. So yes, XR was a genius, but he was also a rule breaker, and that brings us to his biggest weakness, not what he lacked, but who he lacked. Because the greatest tragedy of XR Kun's story is that no one in his era could challenge him. There was no final dramatic duel, no worthy rival rising up to test the full extent of his abilities, no legendary showdown where XR left it all on the table. The closest we ever get was Ulic Qel-Droma, and even that ended in stalemate, a draw between two rising stars before either of them reached their true potential, and that was it. That was the last time XR Kun ever faced anyone who could meet him for the blade, because after that he only grew stronger, faster, more unhinged, and more dangerous. No one came close, so here's the honest question that we have to ask. What if XR Kun peaked in an era where there were no Yodas, no Windus, no Anakins? What if he dominated not because he was truly untouchable, but because there wasn't anyone else around to stop him? It's not a knock on his skill, it's just the reality of timing. Imagine if you dropped XR Kun into the Clone Wars, pitted him against Mace Windu's Vapad, or Anakin's raw aggression, or Yoda's mastery of Form 4 over 900 years. Maybe then we'd finally see where XR Kun's ceiling was. But that's the tragedy, isn't it? We never got to see him bleed. We never got to see him desperate. We never got to see him really pushed. He didn't fall in a blaze of glory. He didn't get bested by any warrior. He tried to cheat death, because in his mind, he had already beaten everything else. But if we're being honest, that whole argument about XR never being tested, it's a little flimsy. Because how do you fault someone for not being challenged when no one alive was ever even close? You don't blame gravity for keeping things on the ground, you don't criticize a mountain for being too tall to climb, and you don't question XR-kun for standing alone when he defined the peak. Because XR didn't just win, he changed the game. He didn't need opponents to validate him, because the lightsaber was his opponent, and he beat it. He deconstructed it, redefined it, rebuilt it from the hilt up, pushed its mechanics to their limit, mastered every style, wrote new ones. It wasn't enough for XR to be the best. He had to be as good as it was possible to be, as good as his body, mind, and sensitivity would allow, until he stood at the mountaintop and realized there was nothing left to conquer. He didn't stop dueling because he lost. He stopped because the lightsaber had nothing more to offer. And that's why XR-kun may not be just a contender, but the contender. The one at the center of the GOAT debate. Not because he was challenged, but because he stood in an era where no one could. He was the peak. He was the final boss. The rule breaker, the architect, the duelist who fought like a warlord and thought as a scholar. And even if you don't think he's the GOAT, you have to admit that he did set the bar. But my friends, XR is just the beginning. Because if we're talking about GOATs, then there are others who stand shoulder to shoulder with his legend. Luke Skywalker redefined lightsaber combat in a new era, not by mastering the old ways, but by forging a new path. He blended forms, instincts, and compassion into something completely unique. Luke wasn't a warrior, he was a reflection of balance itself. Then there was Vader, the Jedi killer, the embodiment of fear, the monster who built what may be the perfect form for killing Jedi. Heavy, impenetrable, suffocating. Darth Vader didn't duel, he hunted. And Yoda, among the Jedi, no name rang louder for nearly 900 years. The Grand Master, the Whirlwind, the duelist who remained unbeaten for centuries. He wasn't just skilled, he was the standard. And then you have the monsters of the ancient world. Tulak Horde, the Sith's dueling god. His feats are so absurd that fans have questioned whether or not they are even real or valid. The only explanation for exaggeration is that his actual accomplishments were just that unbelievable. That is the level that we're talking about in the GOAT debate. The top shelf, the final tier, the best to ever touch the blade. So thank you for watching, and we would love to hear your thoughts. Where does XR-kun rank in your eyes? Is he the GOAT? Was he close? And is he shaped more by myth than actual merit? Let us know your thoughts down below. Is XR the GOAT? Because when it comes to the blade, no debate will ever cut deeper. And we're just getting started. Thank you for visiting the channel, fellow lore junkies and scholars of the Force. XR-kun may have mastered the blade, but the greatest duelist of all time has not been settled. Hit the subscribe button and stay locked in, for the war for the GOAT has just begun. There is a fortress buried beneath centuries of silence, not destroyed in war, not scorched by the light of a
my voice a little bit, but I just wanted to tell you guys that I freaking love you all so much. I got to meet so many of you today and so many at the Big X event in New York, and I just continue seeing all your messages, all your comments, and I'm just honestly so full of gratitude. My heart, my black heart is so full. And just to let you guys know that I am seeing so many notifications. I'm going to get back to all of you, as many of you as I can, when I get back from North Carolina. WrestleCade has been amazing so far. I'm going to be at the Survivor Series watch party tonight. Tomorrow is ladies' night out, and then I'll be heading back home and catching up with all of you. Thank you again so much. I am so happy, and I can't wait to meet some more of you tonight, guys. I'll see you soon.
in the dying light of the old Republic, when the galaxy still believed in heroes, a woman stood at the precipice of damnation. Her name was Sorzo's Sinner, and she would become something far more terrible than the Jedi who cast her out could have ever imagined. They say she gazed into the abyss of forbidden knowledge and smiled, that she touched life itself and twisted it into shapes that made the Force itself recoil, that her hands, once raised in meditation as a Jedi scholar, became stained with experiments so dark that even whispers of them were forbidden for 6,000 years. But before the monster, before the legend, before the red sands of Korriban drank deep of her ambition, there was a choice. A single moment when she could have turned back, when the Jedi Council stood before her, offering mercy if only she would renounce her research. And in that moment, with the weight of everything she could become hanging in the balance, she spoke 3 words that would echo through millennia. Knowledge is power. What followed was a war that nearly shattered the Republic, an exile that became a coronation, a species enslaved, an empire born in darkness, and at the center of it all, one woman's relentless pursuit of a secret that would make her immortal, not through life, but through legacy. Tonight we journey into the forbidden chronicles of the woman who transformed from a Jedi scholar into the mother of Sith alchemy, the architect of abominations, the author of the most dangerous text in galactic history. Before we dive deep into this ancient tale, I need to share something. Around 62% of you listening right now haven't hit that subscribe button yet. If you're enjoying these deep dives into Star Wars legends, subscribing truly helps this channel grow and lets me bring you more forgotten stories like this one. So take a quick moment to like this video and subscribe if these tales speak to you. Drop a comment letting me know where in the galaxy you're listening from and what time it is where you are. Whether you're in New York at midnight or Sydney at dawn, I love knowing this community spans the entire world. Now settle in, dim those lights, get comfortable under your blanket, maybe let a fan hum softly in the background. Tonight we walk the path of Sorzo Sin, from the gleaming halls of the Jedi Temple to the blood-red tombs of Korriban. Let's begin. 7,000 years before the rise of the Empire, before Darth Bane reformed the Sith, before even the tales that became legends, the old Republic stood at the height of its power. The Jedi Order numbered in the thousands, guardians of peace spread across 100,000 worlds. Their temple on Coruscant rose like a mountain of light above the endless city, and within its halls, the greatest minds in the galaxy studied the mysteries of the Force. Among them was a woman named Sorzo Sin. She was not remarkable to look at, not at first. Average height, with the lean build of someone who spent more time in libraries than training halls, but her eyes held something that made even the oldest masters pause, an intensity, a hunger, the kind of brilliance that either enlightens the galaxy or sets it ablaze. Sorzo's had been a model Jedi in her youth. Disciplined, studious, her instructors praised her analytical mind, her ability to see patterns others missed. She absorbed knowledge like desert sand drinks water, always thirsting for more. Philosophy, history, the technical applications of the Force, she mastered them all. But there was one field that called to her, above all others, one area where her fascination crossed into obsession. Life itself. She wanted to understand it completely, to know how the Force animated flesh and bone, to comprehend the boundary between living and dying, and perhaps to manipulate that boundary, to extend life, to defeat death, to master the ultimate mystery. The Jedi archives contained much, but not enough. Never enough. Ancient texts hinted at techniques the Order had deliberately forgotten. References to Force users who had pushed beyond natural limits, who had reshaped living tissue through sheer will and dark side power. The Jedi called it forbidden, dangerous, corruption. Sources called it incomplete research. She began to seek out the texts the archivists kept locked away. Late at night, she would slip through restricted sections, reading by the glow of her datapad what the Council deemed too dangerous for most Jedi eyes: Sith holocrons. Accounts of ancient Force wielders who had performed miracles and atrocities in equal measure, experiments in alchemy that blended the Force with living flesh. And the more she read, the more she understood a terrible truth. The Jedi were not guardians of knowledge, they were its jailers. They hoarded wisdom out of fear. They restricted understanding out of weakness. They called their ignorance virtue and their cowardice caution. All the secrets of life and death, all the power to reshape reality itself, locked away because they were too afraid to wield it. Sazu Sin would not be afraid. She gathered others who felt as she did, brilliant minds frustrated by Jedi restrictions. Together they would push beyond the boundaries the Order had drawn. Together they would discover what the Force could truly accomplish when wielded without fear. Together they would become something the galaxy had not seen in 1,000 years. They would become Dark Jedi, and the Republic would burn. The schism did not happen overnight. Revolutions rarely do. It began in quiet conversations in shadowed corners of the temple, whispered debates about the true nature of the Force, questions that made the Council uncomfortable. If the Force flows through all life, why should Jedi fear to manipulate that life? If knowledge exists, why seal it away? If power can be mastered, why call mastery corruption? Sauzuz found others who shared her frustrations. Brilliant minds like Ajunta Paul, a duelist whose skill was matched only by his ambition. Remulus Draper, who believed the Force demanded dominance, not servitude. Karnas Moor, who saw sentient beings as clay to be molded. Thargzan, whose vision spoke of empires yet unborn. They met in secret at first, sharing forbidden texts, discussing theories the Council would have condemned. But discussion inevitably led to experimentation. Sauzuz established a hidden laboratory on a remote moon. There, far from the prying eyes of Jedi Masters, she began her first true work. She studied how the Force moved through living cells, how it could be bent to accelerate growth, enhance strength, even reshape flesh entirely. Her early subjects were simple creatures, insects, small mammals. Nothing the Jedi would have mourned, but each success pushed her further. She discovered she could take a harmless creature and transform it into something powerful, something dangerous. The dark side of the Force flowed through her fingers as she worked, and she welcomed it. There was no corruption in knowledge, no evil in understanding, only results. When the Council finally discovered what she and her followers had been doing, their reaction was everything Sauzuz expected. Horror, condemnation, immediate demands that the research stop, that all specimens be destroyed, that she repent and return to proper Jedi teachings. She refused. The Council gave her one final chance: stand trial, renounce her work, accept punishment and guidance, return to the light. Instead, Sauzuz Sin gathered her allies and declared that the Jedi Order had lost its way, that they had become guardians of ignorance rather than wisdom, that true understanding of the Force required embracing all of its aspects, not just the parts that felt comfortable. The Council's response was exile. But Sauzuz and her followers chose war. The conflict that followed would last 100 years and nearly destroy the Republic. History would call it the 100-Year Darkness, and it would be remembered as the first great schism within the Jedi Order. The opening battles caught the Republic unprepared. Dark Jedi struck at Jedi outposts across the Outer Rim, their attacks coordinated and brutal. Sauzuz commanded forces augmented by her alchemical creations. Creatures that had once been animals now served as shock troops, their bodies twisted into forms designed for war. Some walked on legs that bent in wrong directions. Others had multiple heads or limbs ending in natural weapons she had coaxed from their genetic code. The Jedi who faced these abominations in battle were horrified. This was exactly what they had feared, proof that Sorzuz and her kind had fallen beyond redemption. But to Sorzuz, they were proof of concept, validation that her theories worked. If she could reshape simple beasts, what could she accomplish with more complex subjects, with willing volunteers from among her followers, with entire populations? The war spread. Worlds that had known peace for generations suddenly found themselves battlegrounds. The Dark Jedi established strongholds on remote planets, building fortresses and laboratories where they continued their experiments even as the fighting raged. Sorzuz thrived in the chaos. War provided unlimited opportunities for research. Subjects who volunteered, hoping her enhancements would make them powerful enough to survive. Enemies captured in battle who became unwilling test subjects. And always, she documented everything. Every success, every failure, every technique refined. She began to change during those years, not just philosophically, but physically. The dark side left its mark on those who used it without restraint. Her eyes, once bright with scholarly curiosity, took on a harder gleam. Her presence in the Force became something that made even her allies uncomfortable when she focused her full attention on them. But she was winning, not just battles, but the deeper war of proving her theories correct. She could reshape life. She could enhance it, strengthen it, mold it to her will. The Force was not some mystical energy to be respected and feared. It was a tool, and she had learned to wield it like no Jedi ever had. For decades, the conflict raged. The Republic threw its full military might behind the Jedi, but the Dark Jedi were not easily defeated. They had abandoned the Jedi Code's restrictions on emotion, on attachment, on the full use of their powers. They fought with a ferocity that caught the traditional Jedi off guard. Entire star systems changed hands. Civilian populations were caught in the crossfire. The Republic's economy strained under the weight of endless war. And through it all, Sorzuz continued her work, each year bringing new discoveries, new applications of Force alchemy. She created her first true masterpiece during the war's middle years, a creature she designed from the ground up, mixing genetic material from 3 different apex predators and infusing the result with dark side energy. When it emerged from her laboratory, it stood 3 meters tall, possessed intelligence approaching sentience, and could tear through durasteel with claws she had specifically engineered for that purpose. She called it beautiful. The Jedi called it an abomination. But names meant nothing compared to results, and the results spoke clearly. Sorzuz Sin had mastered something the Jedi refused to even attempt. She had bent life itself to her will. Yet even as she achieved triumph after triumph in her laboratory, the larger war began to turn against the Dark Jedi. The Republic's resources were simply too vast. The Jedi, for all their restrictions and fear, still outnumbered the Dark Jedi 10 to 1, and they were learning. Learning to fight without restraint when necessary. Learning to counter the alchemical creatures Sorzuz unleashed. Learning that sometimes the high ground was not enough, and victory required descending into the mud. The final phase of the war saw the Dark Jedi pushed back, system by system. Their strongholds fell. Their followers were captured or killed. The Republic was battered and exhausted, but it was winning. Sorzuz felt the tide turning. She knew, with the same analytical clarity that had made her a brilliant scholar, that conventional victory was slipping away. The question became not whether they would lose, but what would come after. She spent the war's final months preparing, securing her most important research, copying her notes and storing them in multiple locations, creating redundancy so that even if she were captured or killed, her work would survive. because that was what mattered. Not territory, not military victory, knowledge, understanding, the techniques she had developed, and the discoveries she had made. Those were immortal. Even as Republic forces closed in on the last Dark Jedi strongholds, even as her allies began to fall or surrender, Sorzus remained focused on her true purpose. She had learned how to reshape life. She had proven the Jedi wrong about the limits of what the Force could accomplish. And somehow, some way, that knowledge would endure. The final battle came on a world called Korbos, the last major Dark Jedi force, cornered and outnumbered. A desperate fight that lasted 3 days and left the planet's surface scarred for generations. When the dust settled, the Jedi had won. And Sorzu Sin, along with the surviving Dark Jedi leaders, stood in chains before those who had once been their peers. The 100-year darkness was over. But for Sorzus, the true journey was only beginning. The chains were lighter than she expected. Some exotic alloy designed to resist force manipulation. They hung from her wrists and ankles as she stood in the Jedi Council chamber, surrounded by masters whose faces showed equal parts relief and revulsion. Relief that the war was finally over. Revulsion at what she had become. Ajunta Pal stood beside her, defiant even in defeat. Further down the line, she could see Remulus Draipar, Karnas Mor, Zoazan, and dozens of other Dark Jedi who had survived the final battle. The youngest among them looked terrified, the oldest wore expressions of cold calculation, already planning whatever came next. Sorzus felt neither fear nor defeat. She felt curiosity about what the Council would do. Would they execute their former brothers and sisters, imprison them, attempt some kind of forced redemption? The answer, when it came, was worse than any of those options. Exile. Not just expulsion from the Order, but banishment from the Republic itself. Every captured Dark Jedi would be loaded onto ships and sent into the unknown regions, that vast unexplored darkness beyond the galactic rim, sent away with enough supplies to survive, but forbidden from ever returning. The Jedi could not bring themselves to execute their former allies, but neither could they risk keeping them anywhere near civilized space. So they would send them into the void and let the galaxy forget they had ever existed. The Sorzus listened to the sentence and felt something unexpected, not anger, but liberation. They were setting her free, free from the Republic's laws, free from the Jedi's restrictions, free to pursue her research wherever she ended up without anyone to stop her. The fools thought they were punishing her. They had no idea they were giving her exactly what she needed. The trial lasted only a day. The sentence was carried out within a week. Sorzus found herself aboard a battered Republic transport that had seen better decades. The ship was barely spaceworthy, its hyperdrive held together with improvised repairs and desperate hope. But it would serve. It had to. Nearly 200 Dark Jedi were crammed into vessels that should have carried half that number. Minimal supplies, no navigation charts beyond the edge of known space, just coordinates pointing outward, and a one-way ticket into darkness. As the ships broke orbit and the Jedi escorts turned back toward the Republic, Sorzus stood at a viewport and watched the galaxy she knew fade behind her. Coruscant became a distant spark. Then nothing. For the first time in 100 years, she allowed herself to feel the weight of what had happened. Everything she had known was gone. The archives she had studied in as a young Jedi, the laboratories she had built during the war, her network of followers and subjects, all of it left behind. But her mind remained, her knowledge remained, and that was enough. The journey into the unknown regions was harder than anyone anticipated. Without proper charts, they jumped blind, hoping each hyperspace calculation would not send them into a star or black hole. Ships broke down. Supplies ran lower than planned. Arguments broke out about where to go, what to do, whether to try returning to the Republic despite the exile. Sorzas spent most of the journey in her cramped quarters, reviewing what research materials she had managed to bring. Notes copied onto datapads, a few physical specimens preserved in stasis, genetic samples from her most successful creations. Not much, but enough to continue her work once they found somewhere to land. If they found somewhere to land, the weeks turned into months. The Dark Jedi were not accustomed to deprivation. They were scholars, warriors, leaders, not refugees fleeing into the void. Tempers flared. Some ships separated from the fleet, their crews choosing to take their chances alone rather than continue this aimless wandering. But Sorzas began to experience something strange. Visions during meditation, dreams when she slept, images of red sand beneath an alien sky, ancient structures built by hands unknown, and power, raw dark side power, radiating from a world she had never seen but somehow recognized. She was not alone in these visions. Other Dark Jedi reported similar dreams, a calling, a pull towards something waiting for them in the darkness. Ajunta Pal, who had emerged as the unofficial leader of the exiles, made the decision to follow the visions. They had nothing else to guide them, no better plan, just this strange certainty that the Force itself was leading them somewhere. The ships turned toward the pull they all felt. More weeks passed. More ships broke down or split off. The fleet that had started with nearly a dozen vessels dwindled to 5, then 4. Food was rationed to starvation levels. Water recyclers strained past their limits. The Dark Jedi, who had once commanded armies, now lived like prisoners in their own ships. But the visions grew stronger. Sorzas could see it now, even when awake. A red world orbiting a yellow sun, valleys filled with ancient tombs, temples carved from stone that predated anything in Republic records, and something else. Something alive, not quite sentient, but aware, waiting for them. Then, after nearly 6 months of blind wandering through unmapped space, the sensors detected something. A star system, terrestrial planets, breathable atmospheres. The ships emerged from hyperspace above a world that matched the visions exactly. Red sand covering continents, minimal vegetation, ancient structures visible even from orbit, and the dark side so strong it made the ship's hull vibrate with its presence. Sorzas stood at the viewport, her hands pressed against the transparisteel, and felt tears on her face for the first time in years. Not tears of sadness, tears of recognition. This was home, not the home she had left behind, but the home she was meant to find, the place where her true work would begin. Ajunta Pal gave the order. All ships to begin landing procedures. The battered transports descended through the planet's atmosphere, their hulls screaming from the stress. Warning alarms blared, systems failed, but they made it down. One after another, the ships landed in a vast valley surrounded by massive stone structures. As the landing ramps lowered and Sorzas took her first steps onto red sand, she felt the dark side rush through her like a living thing, welcoming her, claiming her. She knelt and let the sand run through her fingers. It was warm, gritty, real. Around her, nearly 100 Dark Jedi stared at the alien landscape with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. They had survived exile, survived the journey, but what now? Sorzas stood and looked toward the ancient structures rising from the desert. Her analytical mind was already racing. Who had built them? How long ago? What knowledge might they contain? Then she saw movement in the distance. Figures emerging from the ruins, humanoid, but not human. Red skin, facial tentacles, eyes that glowed with Force sensitivity. The Dark Jedi were not alone on this world, and everything was about to change. The red-skinned beings approached slowly, and Sorzus counted at least 50 in the first group. More appeared from various ruins, drawn by the arrival of the ships. They wore primitive clothing, leather and rough cloth, but they carried themselves with purpose. These were not simple savages. As they drew closer, Sorzus could feel their connection to the Force, raw, untrained, but powerful. These beings were naturally sensitive to the dark side in a way she had never encountered. It radiated from them like heat from a forge. The leader of the group stopped 10 meters from where Ajuntapal stood. He was tall for his species, his red skin marked with ritual scars, his facial tentacles adorned with bone rings. When he spoke, his language was completely alien, but his intent was clear from his posture. He was bowing. They all were. The entire group of red-skinned beings had dropped to their knees in the sand, foreheads pressed to the ground, prostrating themselves before the newcomers. One of the younger Dark Jedi laughed nervously. Another whispered a question about what was happening. But Sorzus understood immediately. These beings had been waiting. The ancient structures around them were temples, sacred places, and the visions that had drawn the Dark Jedi here had not come from nowhere. This world, whatever it was called, had been calling to Force users for longer than anyone knew. To these red-skinned people, the Dark Jedi were not refugees. They were gods. Ajuntapal stepped forward, his presence in the Force expanding to fill the valley. He raised his hand and several large stones lifted from the ground, hovering in the air around him. A simple demonstration, a clear message. The prostrate beings trembled. Some began chanting in their alien language, words Sorzus did not understand but could feel the meaning of through the Force: worship, reverence, submission. One of the Dark Jedi, a woman named Sendance, moved through the group of kneeling beings and gently touched the leader's shoulder. He looked up at her with eyes full of awe. She smiled and helped him to his feet, then gestured for the others to rise. Over the following days, a basic communication developed. The beings called themselves the Sith. Their world was Korriban, and the massive valley where the ships had landed was sacred ground, the Valley of the Golg, though later explorers would rename it the Valley of the Dark Lords. The Sith people had been waiting for generations. Their prophecies spoke of powerful beings who would descend from the sky and lead them to greatness. Every aspect of their culture was built around Force sensitivity. Their leaders were shamans who wielded dark side powers. Their warriors were trained to channel rage and passion in battle. Their entire society was a pyramid with the strongest at the top. It was perfect. Within weeks, the Dark Jedi had established complete control. They did not need to conquer through violence. The Sith species offered their submission willingly, eagerly. They brought food, supplies, slaves from conquered tribes. They opened their temples and sacred places to the newcomers, revealing chambers that had been sealed for centuries. Ajuntapal was crowned the first Dark Lord of the Sith in a ceremony that drew thousands of the red-skinned people. He stood atop an ancient pyramid while Sith shamans performed rituals that made the dark side itself seem to pulse with approval. The other surviving Dark Jedi were given territories to rule. Remulus Drapar claimed the southern wastes. Karnus Mur took the ancient fortress complexes in the eastern mountains. So'Xan established herself in the burial grounds where the most powerful Sith shamans had been entombed. Sorzus chose the Temple District, a sprawling complex of interconnected structures that had stood for longer than the Sith themselves could remember. Some buildings were clearly recent, crude constructions built atop far older foundations, but others were ancient beyond measure, their architecture speaking of knowledge and power that had existed on this world long before the current Sith civilization. The first time Sorzus descended into the lower levels of her chosen temple, she knew she had found something extraordinary. The chambers beneath were pristine, preserved by some technique that had kept air fresh and darkness at bay for millennia. And everywhere carved into walls and pillars, written on preserved scrolls and etched into crystal tablets, was knowledge. Alchemical formulas, genetic manipulation techniques, instructions for reshaping flesh through the Force, everything she had been researching during the war, these ancient builders had already mastered, and they had left their secrets here, waiting for someone worthy to find them. Sozu spent weeks exploring, her excitement building with each new discovery. The ancient Sith, whoever they had been, had achieved things that made her own experiments look primitive. They had created entirely new species. They had extended lifespans by centuries. They had learned to bind the Force into physical objects, creating what the texts called amulets and talismans of terrible power. She claimed the entire complex as her domain. Sith slaves cleared out chambers that would become laboratories. Others were trained as assistants, their natural Force sensitivity making them surprisingly capable once shown what to do. The brightest among them she kept close, teaching them basic techniques while learning their language. Within months, she had established the most sophisticated research facility she had ever possessed. Better than anything during the war. Better than anything that had existed in the Republic. Here, on this red desert world, she finally had everything she needed. Unlimited subjects willing to volunteer for enhancement. Ancient texts explaining techniques she would have spent decades discovering on her own. Raw materials native to Korriban that were naturally infused with dark side energy and time. Blessed, uninterrupted time to work without Jedi interference or war distractions. Her first major experiment was enhancing a volunteer Sith warrior. She studied the ancient texts, adapted their techniques to her own understanding, and carefully reshaped his genetic structure, strengthening bone density, enhancing muscle fiber, accelerating healing, deepening his connection to the Force. When he emerged from the alchemical pod 3 weeks later, he stood half a meter taller. His natural red skin had darkened to crimson, his strength had tripled, and his Force abilities, once barely enough to move small objects, now allowed him to crush stone with his mind. He knelt before Sozus and called her master, the first of many. Word spread through the Sith population about the miracles being performed in the Temple District. Warriors came seeking enhancement. The sick came hoping for healing. The ambitious came wanting power, and Sozus welcomed them all. Each subject taught her something new. The Sith species responded to alchemical manipulation differently than the creatures she had worked with during the war. Their natural Force sensitivity meant changes took hold faster, went deeper. She could reshape them in ways that would have killed any normal being. She began keeping detailed records, every experiment documented, every result analyzed, every technique refined. The ancient texts had given her the foundation, but she was building something new on top of it. A synthesis of everything she had learned as a Jedi scholar, everything she had discovered during the war, and everything these ruins were teaching her. Other Dark Jedi came to observe her work. Some were horrified, others fascinated. A few asked to learn her techniques. She accepted the most promising as students, teaching them the basics of Sith alchemy while keeping her most advanced methods secret. The political structure of their new empire was forming. A junta Pal ruled as Dark Lord, but each of the other exiles had become lords in their own right, governing their territories with absolute authority. They began calling themselves Sith Lords, adopting the name of the species they ruled. It felt right. They were no longer Dark Jedi. That identity belonged to the Republic, to the war they had lost. Here, on Korriban, they were something new, something that would endure for thousands of years. They were Sith, and Sozu Sin, standing in her laboratory, surrounded by the tools of her trade, looking out over a red desert that stretched to the horizon, smiled. Her true work had finally begun. The years that followed were consumed by discovery. Sozus descended into the depths of her temple complex with the fervor of a woman possessed, and perhaps she was possessed by curiosity, by ambition, by the intoxicating realization that she stood on the edge of understanding mysteries the galaxy had forgotten existed. The lower chambers revealed themselves slowly, like a flower opening to darkness instead of light. Each sealed door she opened led to another hall of wonders, libraries containing thousands of scrolls written in the ancient Sith language, a tongue so different from what the current inhabitants spoke that it might as well have been from another galaxy entirely. But Sozus had always excelled at languages, and the Force itself seemed to whisper translations as she studied the archaic characters. What she found in those texts rewrote everything she thought she knew about the limits of biological manipulation. The ancient Sith practitioners, whoever they had been, had not simply enhanced life, they had created it. Entire species designed from conception to serve specific purposes. Predators engineered to hunt with supernatural efficiency. Guardians that could stand watch for decades without rest. Even companions, creatures whose sole evolutionary purpose was providing comfort and loyalty to their masters. The techniques were elegant in their brutality. Where Sozus had been forcing changes onto existing genetic structures, these ancient masters had worked from the cellular level upward. They understood how to make the dark side a fundamental part of an organism's biology, weaving Force sensitivity into DNA itself. She began experimenting immediately. Her laboratory expanded to fill an entire wing of the temple, chamber after chamber converted to specific purposes. One room for genetic sampling, another for alchemical preparation, a third for the actual transformation process, a fourth for recovery and observation, each space meticulously organized, every tool precisely placed. Sith volunteers still came, drawn by promises of power and the undeniable evidence of her success. But Sozus was no longer content with simple enhancement. She wanted to push further, to see how far flesh could be reshaped before it stopped being flesh and became something else entirely. Her first true masterwork took 3 months to complete. She started with a Sith warrior of average build and unremarkable Force sensitivity. Through careful application of alchemical processes learned from the ancient texts and refined by her own understanding, she systematically rebuilt him. His skeletal structure was reinforced with compounds that made his bones nearly unbreakable. His muscular system was rewoven to provide triple the normal strength without increasing size. His nervous system was enhanced to process information faster, making his reflexes approach precognition. But the most significant change was in his connection to the Force itself. Sozus had learned how to deepen that connection, to make it as fundamental to his being as breathing. When he emerged from the final treatment, he could move objects with his mind that would have required a Jedi Master's concentration. He could sense emotions from across the valley. He could even, with effort, influence the thoughts of those weaker in the Force than himself. She called him her first true success. He called her his goddess and swore eternal service. Word of this achievement spread through the growing Sith Empire like wildfire. Suddenly, every ambitious Sith Lord wanted specimens created by Sozus Sinon, warriors for their armies, guardians for their fortresses, even personal attendants, enhanced to provide better service. She accepted some commissions, refused others. Her criteria were simple but absolute. She would only work on projects that advanced her understanding. Routine enhancements held no interest, but novel applications, unique challenges, experiments that pushed into unexplored territory, those she embraced with enthusiasm. A Sith Lord named Huckagram Grouse commissioned her to create guardian beasts for his palace. Instead of simply making existing creatures larger and stronger, Sozus designed something new. She took genetic material from 3 apex predators native to Korriban, isolated the traits that made each one formidable, and wove them together into a single hybrid form. The resulting creature stood taller than a human, possessed 6 legs for stability and speed, had armored hide that could deflect blaster bolts, and demonstrated pack-hunting intelligence that made them terrifyingly effective. More importantly, they were sterile, unable to reproduce, completely dependent on alchemical creation for their continued existence. This became her standard practice. Every creation designed to be unique, unreproducible without her specific knowledge and techniques. It ensured her services remained valuable, but more importantly, it meant her work could not be replicated by lesser minds. The philosophical implications of what she was doing did not escape her notice. She was playing the role that nature itself had always played, selecting traits, determining which forms of life deserved to exist, shaping evolution according to her will rather than random chance. The old Jedi sources would have been horrified that woman had believed all life was sacred, that the Force flowed through every living thing with equal value, but that woman was dead, her ashes scattered across 100 battlefields during the war. This Sorzus understood a deeper truth. Life was not sacred, it was malleable, and in the hands of someone with sufficient knowledge and will, it could be sculpted into forms that served purposes far greater than mere survival. Her studies of the ancient texts revealed techniques she had never imagined possible, methods for preserving consciousness beyond physical death, though the instructions were incomplete and the few attempts she made ended in failure. Formulas for creating temporary life from non-living matter, though the results never lasted more than hours. Even hints at techniques for transferring the essence of one being into another body, a form of immortality that tantalized her with its possibilities. She documented everything. Every experiment, whether successful or failed, was recorded in meticulous detail. Her notes filled dozens of bound volumes, written in a combination of the ancient Sith language and her own coded shorthand. She included diagrams showing the progression of transformations, chemical formulas for the alchemical compounds she developed, instructions precise enough that someone with her level of skill could theoretically reproduce her work. Theoretically, in practice, Sith alchemy required more than following instructions. It demanded an intimate understanding of how the dark side interacted with living tissue, a feel for the process that could only be gained through years of practice, and a willingness to embrace aspects of the Force that most beings instinctively recoiled from. Her relationship with other Sith Lords grew complex during these years. Some viewed her with genuine respect, recognizing her genius and the value of her contributions to their empire. Others saw her as a useful tool, a means to an end who should be controlled and directed. A few considered her dangerous, her power too independent, her knowledge too vast. Ajunta Pal remained her most consistent supporter. As the Dark Lord, his word carried absolute authority, and he made it clear that Sorzus was to be given freedom to pursue her research without interference. Whether this support came from recognition of her value or simple fear of what she might do if threatened, she neither knew nor cared. Among her fellow scholars and Force users, she found more genuine connection. Long conversations with Saugzan about the nature of the dark side and its relationship to physical reality. Debates with Remulus Drapar about the ethics of their work, though ethics in the Sith Empire meant something very different than in the Republic. Even Karnus Muz sought her counsel occasionally, his own studies into Force manipulation complementing her biological focus. But her truest companionship came from her students. She had begun taking apprentices, carefully selected individuals who showed both the intellectual capability and Force sensitivity required for alchemical work. Most were hybrid Sith, the children of unions between the original Dark Jedi exiles and the native population. They possessed the best of both lineages, the pure force sensitivity of their Sith heritage, combined with the advanced knowledge and technique of their Dark Jedi parentage. Teaching them brought unexpected satisfaction. Watching a student successfully complete their first enhancement, seeing their eyes light up when they grasped a difficult concept, the pride when one of them published a technique she had not explicitly taught, showing true innovation rather than mere imitation. This, she realized one evening while watching the sun set over Korriban's endless red dunes, was another form of immortality. Not the physical continuation of her own life, but the propagation of her knowledge through generations of students who would carry her techniques forward long after her death. The thought should have been comforting. Instead, it made her acutely aware of her own mortality. She was aging, slower than normal beings thanks to her own enhancements and deep connection to the Force, but aging nonetheless. And all her knowledge of biology, all her mastery of life's fundamental processes had yet to reveal the secret she most desired. How to stop death permanently. How to truly live forever. That mystery still eluded her, but she had time, decades, perhaps centuries if she was careful, and she had resources now that she could barely have imagined during her exile. An entire empire's worth of subjects, materials, and ancient knowledge. Somewhere in all that, the answer existed. She just had to find it. The Sith Empire was no longer a collection of refugees ruling over a primitive species. 2 generations had passed since the exile, and something entirely new had emerged on Korriban and the worlds beyond. A true civilization, built on foundations of power and knowledge rather than justice and democracy. Sorzis watched this transformation with the same analytical interest she brought to her alchemical work. Society itself was an organism, and the Sith Empire was evolving in fascinating ways. The pure bloodline Dark Jedi were aging or dying, their numbers dwindling, but their hybrid children flourished, combining the best traits of both parent species. These new Sith were something the galaxy had never seen. Red-skinned like their native ancestors, but with features that spoke of human heritage. Naturally force-sensitive, but trained in techniques the Republic's Jedi would have condemned. Passionate and ambitious in ways that made the old Jedi seem like pale shadows. And they needed philosophy, structure, a framework to understand their place in the cosmos and their relationship to the Force. The Dark Lords gathered in council more frequently during these years, not to plan conquests or settle disputes, but to debate the fundamental questions of their new order. What did it mean to be Sith? How should they relate to the Force? What principles should guide their civilization? Sorzis attended these councils when her research allowed. Her contributions were primarily practical rather than mystical. She had little patience for abstract philosophical debates that produced no tangible results, but she recognized the importance of establishing shared beliefs, common ground that would hold their empire together. The conversations often stretched late into the night, illuminated by torches that cast dancing shadows across ancient stone walls. A Junta Pal would preside, but everyone was permitted to speak, democracy in its most basic form, though the weight given to each person's words depended entirely on their demonstrated power and wisdom. Pugzogzan argued that the Force was a tool to be mastered, no different than a blade or a ship. Those strong enough to wield it deserved to rule. Those too weak deserved servitude. The natural order of the universe. Remulus Draper countered that the Force was alive, a conscious entity that demanded certain behaviors from its wielders. To truly embrace it required surrendering to passion, allowing emotion to flow without restraint. Only through intensity could one touch true power. Carnus Moore saw the Force as neutral, responding to will and intention rather than morality. Dark and light were illusions, artificial constructs created by the Jedi to limit what their members might achieve. True mastery came from using every aspect of the Force without prejudice. Sorzis listened to these arguments with interest. but offered a different perspective when asked. To her, the Force was like any natural phenomenon. Gravity, magnetism, chemical reactions. It followed rules, patterns, laws that could be understood and exploited. The Jedi's mistake was treating it as sacred. The Sith's advantage was recognizing it as a resource. From these debates, something began to crystallize, not a formal code yet, but the foundations of concepts that resonated with everyone present, ideas that felt true in a way the Jedi teachings never had. Passion over serenity, strength over weakness, power over helplessness, freedom over restriction. The Jedi preached peace and submission to the Force's will. The Sith would embrace conflict and impose their will upon the Force itself. Where the Jedi saw knowledge as something to be carefully controlled and restricted, the Sith would pursue it without limitation. Sorzus contributed her own additions to this emerging philosophy. Knowledge was power, yes, but only if applied. Theory without practice was worthless. Understanding without implementation achieved nothing. The Sith should be defined not by what they believed, but by what they accomplished. She established the first true academy for Sith sorcery during this period. Not a laboratory like her own facilities, but a school, a place where promising students could learn the theoretical foundations before moving on to practical application. The curriculum she developed was comprehensive. Students began with basic Force techniques, but always with an emphasis on domination rather than harmony. They learned to impose their will on the world around them, to take what they wanted rather than wait for it to be given, to see every living thing as either a tool or an obstacle. More advanced students studied alchemy, though Sorzus kept her most sophisticated techniques to herself. She taught enough to create competent practitioners, but held back the insights that separated true mastery from mere skill. Let them earn those secrets through their own experimentation and discovery. The best students became her personal apprentices, working directly in her laboratories and gaining access to knowledge she shared with no one else. These privileged few represented the future of Sith alchemy. They would carry her techniques forward, adapt them to new situations, and perhaps even surpass her given enough time. Teaching also forced her to articulate things she had always understood intuitively. Why certain alchemical processes worked, how the dark side interacted with genetic structures, the relationship between physical transformation and Force sensitivity. Explaining these concepts to students clarified her own understanding, revealing gaps in her knowledge that demanded further research. Her influence spread beyond just alchemy and philosophy. As one of the oldest surviving Dark Jedi and the recognized master of an entire field, her opinions carried weight in matters of governance and policy. When the Dark Lords debated how to structure their empire's hierarchy, she advocated for meritocracy. Let the strongest rule, but define strength broadly. Intelligence, creativity, and knowledge were forms of power just as valid as skill with a lightsaber. When discussions turned to how the Sith should relate to the wider galaxy, whether to hide their existence or announce it, she argued for patience. The Republic believed them all dead or vanished. Let that belief continue. Build their civilization in secret, growing stronger while their enemies remained ignorant. Strike only when victory was certain. Not everyone agreed with her positions, but they respected the logic behind them. Sorzus Sin did not speak often in council, but when she did, people listened. The libraries she established became repositories of dark knowledge unmatched anywhere in the galaxy. Texts from the ancient Sith, records of the Dark Jedi's experiments during the war, new discoveries made by current practitioners, all preserved, catalogued, and made available to those deemed worthy. She implemented a system where knowledge was earned rather than freely given. Students had to prove themselves at each level before gaining access to more advanced materials. It ensured that dangerous techniques did not fall into incompetent hands, while also creating a culture of ambition and achievement. The Sith Empire's capital on Coruscant gradually transformed from a collection of occupied ruins into a proper city. Buildings rose in the valleys between ancient temples, blending new construction with preservation of historical sites. Markets appeared where Sith from different territories could trade goods and knowledge, training grounds where warriors honed their skills. All of it centered around the dark side nexus that made Korriban so powerful. Checkpoint. Swordsuz preferred the quieter temple districts to the bustling city center. Her laboratories required concentration, and the noise of civilization was a distraction. But she made regular appearances in public spaces, maintaining her visibility and allowing younger Sith to see that the legendary alchemist was real, not just a figure from stories. Those encounters were always interesting. Some approached with reverence, treating her like the living legend she had become. Others with barely concealed ambition, seeing her as a challenge to overcome. A few with genuine curiosity, asking questions that showed real thought and insight. She treated each according to their demonstrated merit. The reverent were dismissed, unless they had something substantive to offer. The ambitious were tested, and most found wanting. But the genuinely curious, those she engaged with enthusiasm, because curiosity was the trait she valued above all others. It was curiosity that had driven her from Jedi scholar to Dark Lord. Curiosity that fueled every experiment and discovery. Curiosity that would, she hoped, eventually unlock the final mystery. How to live forever. 50 years after the exile, Swordsuz Sin stood at the absolute apex of her power. The laboratories sprawled across multiple temple complexes, each one dedicated to specific branches of alchemical research. The main facility focused on enhancement of sentient beings. A secondary complex dealt with the creation of guardian creatures. A third explored the boundaries between life and death, attempting to understand and manipulate the transition between states. Hundreds of Sith worked under her direction, assistants who prepared specimens and materials, students at various levels of training, fellow masters who specialized in particular techniques. Even slaves, though she had learned to treat them better than most Sith lords. A terrified subject produced inconsistent results. Better to offer incentives and create loyalty than rely on pure coercion. Her reputation had spread beyond Korriban, to every world the Sith Empire controlled. Zeustun's, the administrative capital, Relg, with its dark side caves. Bejaran, covered in Sith temples, Kar Delba, and its moon, Kar Shian. On each of these worlds, Sith lords sought her services or her knowledge. She could name her price for commissions, rare materials, access to unexplored ruins, ancient texts from private collections. Sometimes she demanded political favors, using her influence to ensure certain policies were implemented or blocked. The practical power of indispensability. But wealth and influence meant less to her than achievement, and her achievements during this period were extraordinary even by her own standards. She successfully created a hybrid species that combined traits from 4 different predators into a single stable form. Previous attempts at such complex genetic mixing had produced creatures that lived only days before their incompatible biology caused system failures. But she identified the key, a specific sequence in Sith DNA that allowed for unusual genetic flexibility. By incorporating that sequence into her hybrids, she achieved stability. The resulting creatures were magnificent, powerful enough to tear through durasteel, intelligent enough to follow complex commands, and absolutely loyal to whoever completed the final stage of their alchemical awakening. She created a dozen before deciding the experiment was complete. Each one went to a different Sith Lord, spreading her influence while demonstrating her unmatched skill. Her breakthrough in life extension came during this period as well. Not the immortality she ultimately sought, but something significant nonetheless. Through a combination of alchemical treatments and Force techniques, she developed a process that could extend a Force-sensitive being's lifespan by up to 50%. The catch was that the process had to begin relatively early before age-related damage accumulated too extensively, and it required periodic renewal, treatments every few years to maintain the effect. But for Sith who began the regimen in their prime, it meant potentially living 200 years instead of 130. She tested the technique on herself first. Naturally, the treatments were agonizing, her entire cellular structure being slowly reorganized over the course of months. But when the process completed, she could feel the difference. Her body was still aging, but the rate had slowed dramatically. Injuries healed faster. Illness barely touched her. She had bought herself time. Many Sith Lords requested the same treatment. She accepted only those who could offer something truly valuable in return. This was not a service to be distributed freely. Each treatment took months of her personal attention and resources that could be used for other research. Only the most powerful or useful received this gift. The political implications were significant. Sorcerers had effectively created a tier of Sith Lords who would outlive their peers by generations. It shifted power dynamics across the Empire. Those who received the treatment formed an unofficial network, bound by their shared enhancement and the debt they owed to its creator. Ajunta Pal was among the first she treated as the Dark Lord and her consistent supporter. She owed him that much. But she made him wait, demonstrating that even his authority had limits when it came to her work. When she finally performed the procedure, she did it perfectly, ensuring he would lead the Empire for generations to come. Her students from this era went on to become legendary figures in their own right. Some established their own schools, spreading variations of her techniques to new generations. Others became personal alchemists to powerful Sith Lords, their services as valued as any military commander. A few turned to research, pushing into areas that even sorcerers had not fully explored. She felt genuine pride watching them succeed. It was a strange emotion for someone who had long ago abandoned most softer feelings. But seeing her knowledge multiply through her students, watching them build on her foundations, created a satisfaction that no personal achievement could match. The philosophical framework of the Sith had solidified by this point. What would eventually be refined into the Sith Code existed in proto-form, and Sorceress's contributions were woven throughout. The emphasis on power through knowledge, the rejection of artificial limitations, the belief that strength in all its forms determined one's place in the natural hierarchy. She sat on the Dark Council now, one of the highest positions in the Empire. Her voice shaped policy and determined priorities. When the Empire debated expanding to new worlds, she advocated for strategic selection, choose planets rich in dark side energy, or rare materials useful for alchemy, avoid overextension that would dilute their strength. When younger Sith Lords proposed attacking the Republic, seeking revenge for the exile, she was among the loudest voices urging patience. The Republic was vast, its military powerful, and the Jedi still numbered in the thousands. The Sith Empire, for all its growth, could not yet match that strength. Better to continue building, to grow stronger in secret, to ensure that when they finally revealed themselves, victory would be inevitable. Her private chambers in the temple complex reflected her status. Vast rooms filled with collected treasures, artifacts from across Sith space, specimens preserved in stasis, representing pivotal moments in her research, and books, thousands of volumes, some ancient beyond measure, others her own writings documenting 5 decades of discovery. She spent evenings there reviewing her notes and planning future experiments. The view from her chambers showed the Valley of the Dark Lords, those massive tombs where the greatest Sith were entombed. She would join them eventually. The thought no longer bothered her as it once had. But not yet. She still had work to do. The question of true immortality haunted her more as the years passed. Her life extension treatments had given her time, but they were not a permanent solution. The underlying mechanism of aging, the gradual breakdown of cellular function remained beyond her ability to fully arrest. The ancient texts hinted at techniques used by legendary Sith of previous eras, beings who had supposedly lived for centuries or even millennia. But the instructions were fragmentary, often contradictory. Some spoke of transferring one's essence into a new body, living through multiple lives. Others mentioned binding one's spirit to a physical object, achieving a form of existence beyond flesh. She researched every lead, no matter how unlikely, descended into tombs that had not been opened in thousands of years, studied texts written in languages so old that translation was partly guesswork, performed experiments that pushed ethical boundaries she had long ago stopped acknowledging. Nothing produced the breakthrough she sought. The frustration was almost unbearable. She had mastered life. She could shape it, enhance it, even create new forms of it. But she could not make it eternal. Not truly, not permanently. Yet she refused to accept defeat. Somewhere the answer existed. In some forgotten tomb, some undiscovered text, some combination of techniques she had not yet attempted. The key to true immortality was out there. And Sorcerer's Sin had never failed to find an answer when she truly committed to seeking it. Age came for Sorcerer's Sin the way it comes for everyone. Slowly at first, then with increasing insistence. She noticed it in small ways. A stiffness in her joints after long hours in the laboratory. The need for stronger lighting to read the ancient texts. A tiredness that meditation could no longer fully dispel. Her life extension treatments slowed the process considerably, but they could not stop it entirely. For someone who had spent her entire adult life mastering the manipulation of living tissue, the body's betrayal felt personal. She increased her research into immortality techniques, dedicating entire facilities to the pursuit. What had once been a long-term goal became an immediate necessity. Every year that passed was a year closer to the end, and she had far too much left to accomplish. The deepest tombs on Korriban called to her now with urgent intensity. Places she had once catalogued for future exploration became immediate priorities. She led expeditions into chambers that had been sealed for millennia, her students and guards accompanying her into darkness that seemed to resist even Force-generated light. One such tomb belonged to a Sith king, whose name had been deliberately erased from all records. The entrance was protected by alchemical traps, so sophisticated that 3 of her guards died before she could disable them. But inside, preserved in conditions that defied explanation, she found what she had been seeking. A complete ritual for essence transfer. The instructions were carved into the walls in ancient Sith hieroglyphs, accompanied by diagrams showing the flow of Force energy from one body to another. The technique required a willing or subdued host, extensive preparation, and a level of dark side mastery that few possessed. But it promised genuine immortality. The ability to abandon a dying body and claim a new one, living life after life without end. Sorcerers spent months studying those walls. She copied every symbol, analyzed every phrase, consulted with the few scholars who could read the most archaic forms of the Sith language. The technique was theoretically sound. More than that, it showed evidence of having been successfully performed. The king whose tomb this was had lived for over 300 years, according to the fragmentary records she could find. Multiple bodies, one consciousness, a form of immortality that required no technological support, no alchemical treatments, just pure Force technique and absolute will. She prepared for her first attempt with meticulous care. The host was a volunteer. A young Sith warrior dying of a wasting disease that even her skills could not cure. He had weeks to live at most, and she offered him a choice: die slowly and painfully, or allow her to use his body as a vessel, ending his suffering while advancing knowledge that could save countless others. He agreed. Perhaps he believed her promises. Perhaps he simply wanted the pain to stop. It did not matter. The ritual took place in her deepest laboratory, a chamber she had prepared according to the tomb's specifications. Channels carved in the floor for directing force energy, crystals placed at specific points to amplify dark side power. The dying warrior strapped to a stone table while Sozu stood in a circle of her own blood, the final requirement the ancient text demanded. She began the chant, words in a language so old that speaking them made her throat burn. The force responded, swirling between them like a visible current. She could feel her consciousness beginning to separate from her flesh, reaching toward the younger body. For a moment, she touched success. Her awareness expanded into the warrior's dying form, feeling his fading heartbeat, his struggling lungs. She was in both bodies simultaneously. Her mind stretched across the gap between them. Then something went wrong. The warrior's body convulsed. His nervous system, too damaged by disease, could not support the transfer. She felt herself being pulled back, snapping into her original form with a violence that left her gasping on the floor. The warrior was dead. The ritual had failed. Sozu spent days
The Force has never meant one thing. To the Jedi it is harmony, a binding energy that surrounds, penetrates, and connects all living things. To the Sith it is domination, a well of power that rewards strength and punishes weakness. But even among these ancient orders, there have always been outliers. Those who don't merely use the Force, but those that reinterpret it. Those who see it not as an energy or a power or even a destiny, but as a philosophy. One of the most famous examples of this is Darth Rhea, the exiled Jedi Master who came to see the Force itself as a malevolent god. She believed the Force was an uncaring manipulator, a will that used both Jedi and Sith alike as puppets in a cosmic game. To Rhea, the Force was not to be served or obeyed, it was to be defied. But today, this is not the story of Darth Rhea. This is about something far more disturbing. Another philosopher of the Force who didn't see the Force as a tyrant, but as something worse. A mirror. This is the story of Darth Ruin, a Jedi Master turned Sith cult leader who believed that only his mind could truly comprehend the Force. A man who thought that the galaxy, the Jedi, the Sith, and all other sentient life were simply wrong. A man who convinced 50 Jedi to abandon the Order with words alone, who walked among the ashes of the Sith Empire and resurrected that empire through belief, and who became so feared that his own followers turned on him, terrified he would consume them all in a ritual to ascend beyond mortality itself. This is not a story of war, a story of conquest, or a story of lightsaber duels. This is the story of what happens when someone is so certain in their own truth that they can make others believe it too. This is the story of Darth Ruin. Before he was Ruin, he was known as Phannius, a Jedi Master in the final century of the New Sith Wars, and even then he was dangerous. But he was dangerous not because of what he did, but because of how he thought. Phannius wasn't like other Jedi. He didn't challenge the code with emotion, or violate the rules of attachment. His heresy was more subtle, and far more insidious. Phannius believed that reality itself was subjective, and that truth, morality, even the Force were constructs to be bent around perception, and more specifically, his perception. Phannius began to argue that all sentient beings, Jedi, Sith, civilians, rulers, teachers, they were all incapable of understanding the Force, that their interpretations were childish, that their codes, their philosophies, their moralities were flawed lenses through which they distorted what the Force truly was. And only he, through his superior intellect, could see the Force clearly. This was not arrogance in the typical sense of the Sith, it was something worse. He embraced solipsism, the belief that the self is all that truly exists. Phannius didn't just believe he was more intelligent than the rest of the Jedi. He began to believe that only his consciousness was the real one, and that everyone else was just practicing in a collective illusion too primitive to understand. Because of this, the Jedi Council grew very uneasy. They attempted to contain his teachings, to debate him, to ignore him. Nothing worked. Because Phannius wasn't just some raving heretic. He was brilliant, charismatic, thoughtful, a master of argument and persuasion. He didn't shout down at his critics. He dismantled them slowly, publicly, and always with a smile. Eventually, though, Phannius would depart the Jedi Order, not in exile, not in shame. He walked away because he believed the Order had nothing left to teach him, that no one did. And on that day that he left behind a message too. A message that would haunt Jedi historians for centuries. The Force shall free me. Not just us, not the Jedi, not the Sith, me. After his departure from the Jedi, Vanius disappeared from all official record, but he didn't go into hiding, not right away. He remained active in public discourse for some time, not as a Sith Lord, but as a rogue philosopher. He wrote, taught, and debated. He gave lectures in forgotten corners of the galaxy, and most dangerously, he listened. He listened to those that were disillusioned, angry, curious, and misunderstood. Over the course of months, perhaps even years, he began to draw many followers. Not fanatics, not warriors, but thinkers, idealists, students of the Force who, like him, felt suffocated by doctrine and tradition. And then something unprecedented happened. 50 Jedi left when he officially departed the Jedi Order and laid down his title. There were no battles, there was no bloodshed, it was only words. The Jedi that followed him not because they were promised power or wealth or revenge, but because he convinced them that they were already living a lie, that the Force is not what they had been taught that it was, that they could become part of something deeper, more true. This was not a seduction, it was ideological conversion. Vanius offered them meaning, a new understanding, a reason to believe that their doubts were not weakness, but rather that it was clarity. And once he had them, he vanished. The Jedi were left fractured, afraid. They had seen many embrace the dark side before, but none like this, never through pure ideology. Never through persuasion alone. Many historians would later compare his fall to that of Dooku, another charismatic Jedi who left the Order and influenced the galaxy with concepts bigger than violence. But even Dooku had relied on power, prestige, and even war. But Vanius didn't raise his saber at all. He raised a mirror, and he asked others if they liked what they saw. And it was after this that Vanius ceased to be, and Ruin was born. Darth Ruin. After orchestrating the defection of 50 Jedi, Darth Ruin disappeared into the stars, but his mission was far from over. But again, he was different. He didn't raise an army, he didn't declare war on the Republic. What he did was far more patient, far more terrifying. He went on a pilgrimage to the graves of the old Sith Empire. The galaxy, after nearly 1,000 years of Jedi dominance, had long since forgotten many of these places. Worlds like Ziost, Korriban, Thule, and Umbria, they had all become little more than ghost stories. The Sith were dead, their teachings were fractured, their followers reduced to cults, tribes, isolated warlords who clung to scraps of forgotten doctrine. And it was among these remnants that Darth Ruin preached. He didn't approach the lost Sith as a conqueror, he came as a prophet. He told them that the Sith had failed not because they were weak, but because they were wrong, because they had misunderstood the Force, because they had corrupted themselves with obsession, tradition, and rivalry, and that Darth Ruin alone could lead them back. Some attempted to kill him, others knelt. Slowly though, tribe by tribe, Ruin began to rebuild the Sith. But it wasn't the Sith of old, it wasn't the Brotherhood of Darkness, or the legacy of Naga Sadow. This was something new. He offered them not just strength, but meaning, a grand unifying theory of the dark side. He promised them that they were not just survivors, that they were chosen, that they would become a part of something eternal, something that transcended war and death and weakness. And whether out of fear, awe, or belief, many followed. This is what made Ruin so deadly. He didn't just gather Force wielders, he converted them. He built a cult on power alone, but something greater. He built a cult on faith. In the shadows of dead empires, Ruin raised a new one, not built on fear, but on worship. He didn't just revive the Sith, he made himself the reason that they existed. By the time Darth Ruin had gathered and then scattered the tribes under one banner, Darth Ruin had achieved what no other Dark Lord had accomplished since the days of the Ancients. He had resurrected the Sith. But the vision he offered wasn't one of galactic conquest, not at first though. It wasn't about vengeance on the Jedi. It wasn't about balance or revenge or even ruling. Ruin's new Sith were not united under a philosophy of strength through conflict as the Brotherhood of Darkness would one day be, or through cunning as Darth Bane would later restore. Darth Ruin's Sith were unique. Ruin's Sith were united by belief in one being. That being was Darth Ruin. And the longer that they followed him, the more they realized something was terribly wrong. To Ruin, the Sith were not allies, not students, not even tools. To Darth Ruin, the Sith were nothing, and he made no secret of this belief. To Ruin, they were fragments of a failed galaxy, lesser shadows orbiting his brilliance. They existed only to reflect his power, to affirm his vision. Where previous Sith sought to strengthen their apprentices, Ruin belittled his. Where most Sith demanded loyalty, Ruin demanded irrelevance. He didn't even call his apprentices at all. He called them squires. Ruin was not interested in building an empire that would last. He was interested in proving that he was the only being that was worthy of the Force, and that all others were expendable. Even his chosen squire, Erraticus, was never truly trusted. Ruin saw him and all others as placeholders, manifestations of a reality that only existed to serve his self-mythologized ascension. This wasn't just tyranny, it was theological madness. And the longer his cult served him, the more they began to suffer. He began to sacrifice followers without explanation, executed loyalists at random. He would test their faith not to purify them, but to affirm his own importance. And when the whispers began, when the other Sith began to fear what would consume them all would be some sort of ritual that only Ruin knew about, some self-deification, Ruin did not address them. Because to him, there was no threat. To believe anyone else could betray him meant believing that someone else even mattered. And this is what made Darth Ruin really terrifying. Ruin wasn't pretending to be a god. He believed he already was one. In the end, Ruin's reign was as brief as it was apocalyptic. He had accomplished the impossible, the resurrection of the Sith. He had forged them into a single coherent ideology for the first time in centuries. He had sparked a galactic conflict that would become known as the New Sith Wars, a war that would stretch across 1,000 years and see the Republic collapse into fear and chaos. And yet Ruin himself would not live to see the first of any great battle. He was too certain, too invulnerable in his own mind. He held his disciples in such low regard, he viewed them as literal nothings, that he never even considered the possibility that they would strike out against him. His single-minded philosophy of self-interest, his absolute monomania, he was consumed by the one thing that even the Sith cannot discard: caution. And so quietly they conspired, not for power from their master, not for vengeance, but for something far more pure: survival. His followers had tracked him across dead worlds, believed in his message, surrendered their autonomy to his will, but now they feared for their existence. Some of the Sith believed Ruin intended to drain their life essence in a ritual to transcend the mortal plane. Others believed that he had already begun. Whether these were delusions or well-founded truths, though, it didn't matter. The cult that he had created, the galaxy he had rebuilt in his own image, turned on him. And Darth Ruin, the philosopher god who believed he alone could wield the Force, was murdered. Not by the Jedi, not by the Republic commandos, but by his own followers. And he never saw it coming. Because how could nothing kill a god? Ruin's legacy did not end with his death. If anything, it only began here. The Sith had reawakened, and they would continue to wage a war on the Republic for 1,000 years. His cult would fracture into new sects and new warlords, each echoing pieces of his vision, but none holding it completely. Because how could they? The Republic would be dragged into century after century of conflict. Jedi armies would rise and fall, and darkness would settle over the galaxy like a plague. Ruin's madness became a virus, and the galaxy became the virus's host. Though he never raised a fleet or conquered any world, Ruin's beliefs, his certainty in his own supremacy, this ignited a conflict that would take a millennium to extinguish. And by the time that war finally ended at the Battle of Ruusan, the Sith were thought destroyed for good. Only one, though, would remain in secret. A Sith who understood exactly what had gone wrong. Darth Ruin left the Jedi Order to pursue his own philosophy of self-interest, and gave rise to a 1,000-year war that concluded at Ruusan. And who was among the last to hold the Darth title, until I have claimed it again. To Darth Bane, Ruin was both a warning and a lesson. A Sith who shattered the Jedi not by war, but with words, and united the Sith not with fear, but with faith. But also a Sith who fell not to his enemies, but to his own delusion. Where Ruin believed in self above all, Bane believed in the system, the rule of two. He forged it to correct the chaos that Ruin had spawned. A system where every Sith would be tested through combat, survival, not through worship. But perhaps the most haunting thing about Darth Ruin is that he almost succeeded. Had he not fallen into madness, had he not dismissed his own followers as insects, he may have reshaped the galaxy forever. He may have become the living nexus of the Force that he had imagined, a god in all but name. Because in the end, Ruin didn't fall because he was wrong. He fell because he believed only he could be right. So remember this, the Sith do not always rise with fire, sometimes they rise with thought. And the Force does not always serve balance, sometimes it becomes a mirror, one that reflects back only ego and those that dare to claim it. Darth Ruin didn't need to kill to corrupt, he just needed to convince you that no one else mattered. And in a galaxy ruled by belief, that is all that it takes. Honestly, in my opinion, Ruin may be one of the most genuinely insane and terrifying Sith in all of the Star Wars mythos. Yes, Sidious was a manipulative monster, Vitiate literally consumed worlds, but Ruin wasn't just evil, Ruin was gone, completely out of his mind. He didn't just believe he was right, he believed no one else even existed in any meaningful way. That's what makes him so scary. He didn't want to rule the galaxy. He wanted to erase it and replace it with himself. So as always, my friends, thank you so much for watching, and please leave in the comments down below what you think of Darth Ruin. And as always, may the Force be with you, and maybe don't let it be with Ruin. Have a great day.
Beanie Jabbit. Barovi Sensen. Go Sharp Galmoo.
Bottom drop.
Zirog Weapon Arb. Zerful Perfinar. Silverbray. Yeftime. Abas.
Oh.
Senchil. Ufani Dawi.
It's true.
Yaza. Oh, what is that? Nibs.
Aha.
Nabuna Shorbik.
So.
Kisana Snape. Boy, big Renoi.
Yee. Lemphy Nulets. Zappin. Shippy Zerv.
Brinka Shalbo. Oh, Ulak.
Chew.
Lucky. Pima? P00p.
Nishkabauschners. Derbna Trey.
Aha. Dimis.
Dempafifna. Simze. Simonis Arrow.
Snaby. Axawa. Skiba Gla. Viva Deso.
Droba. Droba.
Rasha.
There are places in the galaxy where history lingers, worlds where the past is not merely remembered but imprinted, burned into the very soil, whispered by every shadow, carried on every storm. One such place is a city, not Coruscant, the shining heart of the Republic, not Korriban, the ancient tomb world of the Sith, but a metropolis raised in secret, shrouded in eternal storms, and forgotten for centuries. Kos City. Once it was the greatest Sith capital ever built, a dark reflection of Coruscant itself, a functioning metropolis of millions where Sith Lords ruled openly, where citizens lived and worked beneath the watchful eye of the Emperor and his Dark Council, and from its spires, fleets were launched, armies were raised, and wars were planned and won that would shake the very balance of the galaxy and the Force. And yet today, Kos City is nothing more than ruins. It stands as a symbol of both the power and the fragility of the ancient Sith. A city that rose from desperation, thrived in secrecy, and fell into silence, not conquered by any Jedi, not burned by the Republic, but undone by the very forces that created it. To understand Kos City is to understand the nature of the Sith, their endurance, their brilliance, their cruelty, and their inevitable self-destruction. In this exploration, we will trace the city's entire arc. First, the odyssey that brought the shattered Sith survivors to a forgotten colonial world, and the dark rituals that transformed it into a fortress of storm. Then, the rise of the city itself, a sprawling metropolis that reveals the Sith society and what it would look like at its height. And finally, its fall to ruin, a haunting reminder that even without Jedi intervention, the Sith will always turn their greatest creations to dust. The Odyssey and the Exile. The story of Kos City begins not in triumph, but in ashes. The Great Hyperspace War ended not in a stalemate, not in an uneasy truce, but in annihilation. The Republic, victorious after a desperate struggle, vowed that the Sith would never threaten them again. The Jedi too saw no reason to show mercy now. What followed was not a retreat or an exile, what followed was a purge. The combined forces of the Republic and the Jedi descended on the Sith homeworlds. Korriban, Ziost, every colony that they could reach. Entire cities were razed. Populations numbered in the millions were slaughtered. Monuments and temples that had stood for centuries left in ruin. It was one of the greatest genocides in the history of the galaxy. And for the first time, the Sith were not predators, they were prey. It is often described in broad strokes that the Sith fled, or went into hiding, but the truth is far more brutal. They were hunted, their ships pursued into deep space, their strongholds rooted out and destroyed one at a time. Sith who lingered too long on a world were exterminated, their bloodlines severed, their knowledge lost. For the first time, the Sith were not merely weakened, they were truly beaten. Yet even in defeat, the Sith would not yield. From the ashes rose one figure who would reshape their destiny. Tenebrae, the Dark Lord who would later become known as Emperor Vitiate. More than any other Sith, Vitiate understood that survival required patience. Where others would have scattered, hiding in small enclaves or seeking revenge in futile strikes, Vitiate had a vision of consolidation. He gathered the survivors, drew to those who would follow, and commanded them to abandon what remained of their broken empire. This was not the proud Sith march of old, it was a flight into the unknown. For 20 years, the shattered remnants of the Sith undertook a desperate odyssey across the galaxy's uncharted frontiers. The journey was a brutal one. Treacherous hyperspace lanes shredded ships as they navigated paths no one had charted in millennia. Beasts of impossible scale lurked in the void, preying on stragglers. On world after world, the Sith attempted to establish footholds, only to be discovered and hunted again by Republic forces still scouring the galaxy for any survivors. Every step of the way, their numbers dwindled. The Sith, once feared for their unrelenting power, found themselves constantly on the edge of extinction. They had always believed in their destiny to dominate, but for those 2 decades, their only destiny was now survival. And then they found it. A world long forgotten. A fragment of their ancient empire lost to memory. Dromund Kaas. The Forgotten World. In the ancient empire, Dromund Kaas had been nothing more than a colonial holding of the old Sith Empire. It was not sacred like Korriban, nor central like Ziost. It was a frontier outpost, a source of resources, and pretty much little else. When the Republic crushed the Empire, Dromund Kaas was abandoned, and its hyperspace routes obscured. In the centuries that followed, it slipped deeper into obscurity, erased from galactic memory. To the Sith exiles, its obscurity was its greatest strength. remote, hidden deep within the treacherous space, Dromund Kaas became the perfect sanctuary. Here, Emperor Vitiate declared that the Sith would rebuild. The survivors descended into the jungles of the world and established a small settlement there. At first, it was little more than a refugee camp, a desperate effort to endure. But Vitiate was not content with mere survival. He was shaping not only a refuge, but the foundation of a reborn empire. But next came the corruption. Dromund Kaas became more than just a hiding space. It became a world forged in the image of the Emperor's will. Its storms cloaked it from detection, its dangers shielded it from intrusion, and its growing aura of dark power served as both fortress and symbol. And at the center of the storm, the settlement grew. The Sith survivors dug deeper into the jungles, cutting through vines and stone to lay the first foundations of what would become Kaas City. At first, it was small clusters of shelters, then districts, then sectors. As the decades raged on, the settlement swelled with new arrivals, Sith drawn from across the remnants of their people, slaves brought to work the land, merchants willing to risk the storms for profit. Slow, inexorably, the small jungle outpost began to grow into a metropolis. But from its very birth, the city was different from any Sith city that had ever come before. Korriban had been a necropolis, a graveyard of tombs. Ziost had been a capital of old power, ceremonial and arcane. Dromund Kaas, though, was something new. Born in exile, cloaked in storms, and fueled by the Emperor's corruption, it was a city forged in secrecy and survival. There was no mere refuge here. This was the seed of vengeance. And as the city began to rise, so too did the power of the Sith who had fled into the shadow. From the brink of extinction, they were about to transform into the greatest threat the galaxy had ever seen. It stood as the living heart of the reconstituted Sith Empire, the base from which fleets launched, wars were planned, and vengeance against the Republic was made into a reality. But what made the city remarkable was not only its function as a military stronghold, it was a metropolis. A vast, high-functioning society under Sith rule where millions of beings lived, worked, and endured beneath the shadow of the dark side. The structure of the city. At its core, Kaas City was divided into 6 great hubs, districts that reflected the Empire's complexities. Each hub was more than a simple administrative zone. They were layers of a functioning city where day-to-day lives of Sith citizens unfolded under the control of their masters. Hub 1, the closest to the Imperial Citadel, where ministries of state functioned. Here, bureaucrats, officers, and Sith aides managed the logistics of the Empire. This was the face of the Sith Order. Hub 2 dominated by barracks and command centers. Soldiers marched in formation, officers shouted orders, and war machines moved through its squares. Hub 3, the Ministry of Travel and its sprawling complexes. Here, civilians and merchants navigated the bureaucracy of moving in and out of the storm-wrapped world. It was here where the Empire's isolation was carefully controlled. Hub 4 and 5, spaceports, markets, and industrial sectors. Merchants sold supplies, smugglers thrived under Sith patronage, and laborers, many of them enslaved, maintained the infrastructure of the city. Hub 6, residential quarters, where Imperial citizens, families, and even low-ranking Sith apprentices lived in tightly controlled districts. Each hub reflected a piece of Sith society. Together they formed something greater, a city that was both a capital and a living machine of Imperial order. But what of the Citadel? At the city's heart loomed the Imperial Citadel, a monolithic structure of black stone and metal. To those who gazed upon it, it was a symbol of Sith dominance, unshakable, immovable, towering above the sprawling city. Within the Citadel, power was concentrated into 2 centers. The Emperor himself, veiled in secrecy, a godlike figure whose presence few ever encountered. Then there was the Dark Council, 12 Sith Lords each presiding over a sphere of influence, military, strategy, intelligence, logistics, and so on. For the average citizen, the Citadel was untouchable. Few entered, and fewer ever exited, but its shadow dominated every street of the city, both physically and symbolically. It reminded all who lived there that the Sith did not merely command armies, they commanded life itself. But what was daily life like there? It is easy to imagine a Sith capital as a place of constant bloodshed and duels in the streets, and while fear was ever present, Kaas City was a functioning society. This is partially why I wanted to explore it in this video. It had rhythm, a pulse, and a way of life that sustained millions of Sith. For civilians, Imperial citizens lived under strict order. Families raised children in residential sectors, workers filled the bureaucratic ministries, and merchants kept the markets alive. They lived with a degree of stability, so long as they all obeyed. Then you had the slaves and the laborers, the foundation of the city's infrastructure. They maintained the streets, harvested the food, and served in households. Their lives were harsh, but their suffering was hidden beneath the order of the city. Then you had the merchants and the smugglers. Despite its storms, Kos City was a hub of commerce. Weapons dealers, spice runners, and black market trades thrived here, their profits taxed and regulated by Sith officials. The city's spaceports were alive with constant activity. But then we have the military. Soldiers drilled daily in the barracks of Hub 2. The city resounded with the march of boots, the hub of speeders, and the presence of war machines. Kos City was not only a metropolis, it was a garrison. Then you had the actual Sith. Lords, apprentices, and acolytes walked the city streets. Their presence commanded fear. They trained in academies, schemed in hidden chambers, and vied for influence within the Dark Council. For an ordinary citizen, life in the city was a balance of opportunity and terror. Advancement was possible through loyalty and service. Failure could mean enslavement or death. It was an atmosphere of fear and order. The city was unlike Coruscant in one crucial way though. Where Coruscant thrived on diversity and light, Kos City thrived on fear and control. Every district was patrolled, every ministry was tightly regulated, the Emperor's secret police rooted out dissenters. The very storms above seemed to echo the will of the Sith Empire, a reminder that even nature itself bent to their command. And yet, within this oppression, there was stability. Crime was punished harshly, order was maintained. Merchants found profit, civilians built lives. The city functioned not in spite of Sith dominance, but because of it. Kos City proved that the Sith were capable of more than destruction. They could build, they could govern, they could sustain a society, not one simply built on liberty or compassion, but one built on hierarchy, discipline, and fear. It was from this city that the Sith rebuilt their galactic power. The Great Galactic War was launched from its spires. Fleets poured from its spaceports. Armies marched from its barracks. Entire campaigns were directed from the Imperial Citadel. At its height, Kos City presided over half of the galaxy. Entire civilizations lived and died by the decrees that issued from its ministries. The Emperor's voice, spoken through the Dark Council, reached every corner of the Empire. Kos City was not simply a simple city itself. It was the dark heart of civilization. A mirror of Coruscant. It was a city that rose from desperation, thrived in secrecy, and presided over an empire that once ruled the galaxy. But as with every Sith creation, its greatness carried with it seeds of its own undoing. The story of its fall is not one of fire or conquest. The Republic did not storm its walls. The Jedi did not burn its citadels. Kos City crumbled in silence, undone not by enemies, but by the Sith themselves. The key to its downfall began with the Emperor's withdrawal. The man who had given Kos City its form and its storms, who had shaped the very world through ritual, began to vanish. Emperor Vitiate, whose patience and wisdom had rebuilt the Sith, withdrew from its throne. His ambitions had turned inward, towards ritual of immortality and godhood. For centuries, he obsessed over consuming entire worlds, bending life itself to his will. Kos City, once the seat of power, was reduced to a staging ground for his greater designs. Without the Emperor's presence, the Dark Council grew in influence. But where he had been a unifying figure, the Council was a nest of rivals. Ambition clashed with ambition. Spheres of influence warred in secret. And though the city still functioned, the cracks beneath its surface widened. It was a slow fracturing. The Great Galactic War and the conflicts that followed drained the Sith. Campaigns burned resources faster than they could be replenished. Worlds seceded. Rebellions flared. The city remained its capital, but its lifeblood weakened. The 6 hubs that had once thrummed with activity began to strain under the weight of instability. Ministries fractured with corruption. The military, once disciplined, was spread thin. Civilians endured stricter controls as resources dwindled. And yet, the most destructive force was not the Republic, it continued to be the Sith themselves. The Dark Council's endless scheming, assassination, and betrayal left the Empire paralyzed. For every victory won in war, another was lost to Sith ambition. Kos City was the center of this rot, a metropolis whose order depended on leaders who no longer cared to preserve it. And so the world reclaimed its own. Beyond politics, the very environment of Drome and Kos turned against the city. The Emperor's rituals had poisoned the skies, twisting the world into a storm-racked wasteland. For as long as the Empire was strong, Kos City endured. Its infrastructure held the storms at bay. Its people bent the jungle to their will. But when the Empire's strength fractured, so too did its control over the world. The storms grew harsher, unchecked by Sith sorcery. The jungles pressed inward. Wildlife twisted by centuries of corruption prowled closer to the city's edge. Stone cracked. Monuments wore down. The jungle began to reclaim what had been carved from it. And then, the silence. No single moment marks the fall of the city. No siege, no climactic destruction. Instead, its decline stretched over centuries. One by one, all of it went dark. The barracks emptied. Families departed or were killed. And the Citadel itself stood once as the embodiment of dominance, stood hollow. Its chambers abandoned. Its halls echoed with silence. But the city didn't fall immediately. It withered. By the time of Luke Skywalker's era, nearly 4 millennia later, it remained standing only as ruins. Abandoned, silent, swallowed by the storm. The greatest Sith metropolis had become a ghost, forgotten by the galaxy that it had once ruled. The ruins of the city carried with them a truth more haunting than its destruction. The Republic had not needed to defeat it. The Jedi had not needed to invade. The city proved that every age of Sith history reveals that the Sith do not need enemies to bring about their downfall. They will do it themselves. They carry with them their own ruin. Its rise had been forged by desperation, its strength maintained by order and fear, and its fall inevitable. Because the Sith could not escape themselves. The Dark Council devoured itself in endless rivalry, and the city that once stood as a mirror to Coruscant was left empty not by war, but by neglect. I wanted to make this video because Kos City really shows something important. While the Sith rule is possible for a time, they will always eventually tear themselves apart. It's a pattern we see time and time again throughout Star Wars, from Sidious to Maul, to empires to individuals. What makes the city fascinating is that when we think of the Sith, we usually imagine them in small numbers, plotting in the shadows or dominating on a battlefield. We don't picture them as a functioning civilization, a society that mirrors something closer to Coruscant, or even our own massive cities in our world. Kos City forces us to confront that possibility, and its ruins remind us why it could never last. Thank you so much for watching, Lore Junkies. If you enjoyed this dive into the Sith's greatest city, be sure to leave a like down below, as well as your thoughts and comments. Subscribe for more forbidden lore, and I hope you're having an enlightened, phenomenal day.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Huh. Yumamush, Ogenshima, Uetsuya.
From another dimension and is undoubtedly a powerful monster you dare not ignore. If this much has already intrigued you enough, refrain from skipping the video because today's video will be about the Dimension Shamblers. But before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. What is Cthulhu Mythos? Cthulhu Mythos is a universe of elements, characters, settings, and themes that share some common traits and belong to the world of cosmic horror created by notable author H.P. Lovecraft. Also known as Lovecraftian horror, it is a subgenre of horror fiction and weird fiction about a world oblivious to humankind. It is a universe beyond supernatural elements, a universe of non-human, evil entities incomprehensible to humanity. The term was initially coined by author August Derleth, although the legendary tales are also called Lovecraft mythos. Cthulhu mythos has also inspired other horror fiction writers who have created stories that are part of the mythos. The fiction stories of the Cthulhu mythos have two stages of development, as mentioned by Robert M. Price in his essay H.P. Lovecraft and Cthulhu Mythos. The first stage formed during Lovecraft's timeline when stories created under the mythos happened with Lovecraft's guidance. The latter stage took shape after Lovecraft's death, when writer August Derleth expanded the Cthulhu mythos. Writer Richard L. Tierney later used the term Derleth mythos to distinguish the works of Lovecraft from that of Derleth. Elements created by other authors related to the Lovecraft mythos were not separate stories, but deliberately designed to be part of the Cthulhu mythos. For example, author Robert E. Howard and Lovecraft often used references or elements of each other's setting in their works, like Robert's The Children of the Night, where Friedrich von Junst reads Lovecraft's Necronomicon. In turn, Lovecraft's Out of the Aeons and The Shadow Out of Time mention Robert's Unaussprechlichen Kulten. Author David E. Schultz, a Lovecraft scholar, mentioned that Lovecraft never meant to create a Cthulhu mythos. In fact, the elements appearing in his stories were meant to serve as a background element. Lovecraft used the term pseudo-mythology to describe the beings appearing in his tales as a backdrop, not the primary elements. Instead, towns like Arkham were the cornerstone of his stories, not entities like Cthulhu. Since Lovecraft created the non-human elements as a background element, he might not have even meant to name them. Cthulhu mythos was purely coined by Derleth, who did not quite understand Lovecraft's vision and thus ended up giving his tales a name. Whatever that thing may be, this Cthulhu mythos consists of the Cthulhu, a monstrous entity with an octopus-like head, vast wings, and a towering humanoid body. Have you heard the phrase dead but dreaming? It is often used to describe Cthulhu's state. Why? Because he lies in a death-like slumber beneath the ocean in the underwater city of Raleigh, located in the Southeast Pacific. However, this phrase emphasizes that his return is inevitable, although he is inactive now. But when the stars align just right, Raleigh will rise from the ocean and Cthulhu will awaken to wreak havoc upon the world. However, Cthulhu is not the most powerful being in the mythos. It is Azathoth, a mindless and all-powerful deity who exists at the center of the universe, or in the true center of the mythos. While Azathoth sits mindlessly at the center of the universe, his avatar carries out his will. Who is this avatar? It is Nyarlathotep, a shape-shifting being far more engaged with humanity than the other deities because it can disguise itself as a tall, slim, and joyous man. The central theme of the Cthulhu mythos is that humans reside inside a bubble, unaware of a world lurking with ancient and powerful beings beyond our comprehension. Origin of the Dimensional Shambler. Dimensional Shamblers are a race of humanoid monsters from an altogether different dimension, one of the most fascinating and mysterious among all the beings of the Cthulhu mythos, first appearing in H.P. Lovecraft's story, The Horror in the Museum. We need more information about Dimensional Shamblers, but know they can jump through dimensions. However, their ultimate motive is yet unknown. Some theories suggest that these beings serve the outer gods and the great old ones, but whether they still work under them or roam through dimensions of their free will is still a mystery. What makes the Dimensional Shamblers terrifying is their ability to appear almost everywhere, so you never really know when you'll encounter one of these beings, but they never linger in the same place for a while. The most disturbing feature of the Shamblers is that even though they are visible to the eyes and seem physically present, no one can touch them or harm them, probably because they are from a different dimension. These evil entities are short, crouching creatures whose skin resembles a mummy's. It has a semi-ape-like head and crooked, stained fangs. They have long hands with large claws, a shapeless face, with empty eyes that appear as yellow slits. The Shamblers are believed to inhabit a lower dimension described as a long, gray, oozing plain beneath skies where fumes of hell were writhing like a million ghostly and distorted dragons. Thousands, maybe even more, of these horrifying beings live in this place, and the poor humans who get sucked into this place end up with their minds and souls eaten by these Shamblers. Anatomy of the Dimensional Shamblers. Dimensional Shamblers have vaguely human-like features with smooth, semi-ape heads. Their lack of facial features adds to their eerie presence. Although they can destroy humans with claws, they possess more horrific abilities. They can appear almost anywhere. No spell, no magic, nothing can stop these beings from emerging. The only way to stop a Shambler is by creating a magical ward, too small for an evil to appear inside. Once the Shambler arrives, it grabs its victims with its claws and pulls them into their dimension, or the Nothing, where it tortures these victims brutally. Dimensional Shamblers, habitat and behavior. Dimensional Shamblers hunt solo and feed by kidnapping humans. What is even more unsettling is the way they feed on these humans. Once they appear on Earth and pull their victim into nothing, they produce an almost invisible astral trail. As the Shambler starts to pull his victim into his home dimension, the astral trail links the two realities. It sets up an energy differential between them, one universe being more energetic than the other. The Shamblers feed off this energy as this energy starts to travel across the astral trail and survive. The Dimensional Shamblers wisely choose the universes in which they deposit their victims. They usually do not pick any too dangerous dimensions because they want their victims to survive, at least for a few hours, before they devour them. However, they are capable if the victim gets mad in another universe. The terrifying powers of Dimensional Shamblers. Dimensional Shamblers possess powers that make them one of a kind. But what makes these creatures the most terrifying of the lot? Let's dive into the abilities and unsettling manner in which the Shamblers prey on their victims. Dimensional Shamblers can be summoned into our dimension through certain spells or pure willpower. Once they sense they have been called, there is no stopping them. These evil creatures usually target the weak and use a kind of hypnosis to suck them into their world. However, people with strong will can evade this hypnotic force, breaking free from their mental grip. When a Shambler starts to pull its target, it feels like the ground is slipping away. The place around the Shambler begins to fade away, and their home dimensions slowly become visible. Dimensional Shamblers frequently disappear and again appear suddenly in another place. This volatility of these Shamblers make them scary, as they can close distances between themselves and their victims in the blink of an eye. Behind the mythos explored. The Dimensional Shambler is different from what you find in the story Horror in the Museum, the game Call of Cthulhu, and the one you encounter in the story Hunters from Beyond. The Dimensional Shambler found in Horror in the Museum has black coloration resembling half ape and half insect, and these are tall, towering figures. However, when you compare this creature with the 1932 Dimensional Shambler from Hunters from Beyond, you find a difference in the coloration, where these creatures look more pale gray and not black. Moreover, these creatures are more canine-like, unlike half-apes and half-insects. These are sometimes compared with apes, but there is a slight difference. Now, compare these creatures with the game Call of Cthulhu. Let's have a quick recap of what we already know. So, in Call of Cthulhu, you will find short, crouching figures with tight, gray, mummy-like skin and heads resembling a semi-ape and semi-canine beast with stained crooked fangs in the mouth. You will find recessed deep holes with yellow slits in the eyes, and its long arms with massive claws make it more terrifying than ever. So, if you now recall the descriptions minutely, you will notice that, except for the ape-like feature, there are more numerous differences between the appearances here. Many people believe there is a difference between the Dimensional Shambler of Horror in the Museum and Hunters from Beyond, because the Shambler in the museum are long dead and are merely preserved hide. On the other hand, Shamblers in the Hunter from Beyond are incapable of interacting with the tangible world, which raises the question of whether these deceased specimens could even be tangible enough to get preserved. The question remains, what's your opinion regarding this? Tell us in the comments section while we move to the next part of this video, where we will explore the Shamblers in D&D and Pathfinder. Dimensional Shamblers in D&D and Pathfinder. The first appearance of the Shamblers in Pathfinder occurs through the Wake of the Watcher of the Carrion Crown Adventure Path, where you will encounter sadist and savage Shamblers who are ready to crush down and destroy non-Shambler sapiens most brutally. In Pathfinder, Shamblers constantly explore the multiverse for unknown reasons. However, some believe it can come from the sheer pleasure of torturing a non-Shambler sapient, or they may have an unknown goal they want to achieve while visiting these other dimensions, except theirs. Some also believe that it could be due to some pleasure-filled addiction, merely out of curiosity, or because they want some strange form of nutrition. Whatever the reason, remember one thing: it is not smoother for a Shambler to adapt to all planes. Thus, they are always searching for a talisman that will help them expand their travel horizon. However, these creatures lack defined intellect in Pathfinder, but they can use magic to travel across planes without hassle and bring unwilling victims across the dimensions. They can also counter other magical spells and even raw power with their specialized knowledge. Another exciting fact you must know here is that those who want to cross the dimensions often summon these Shamblers while conducting a blood sacrifice ritual, including pure metal blades, mathematics, and runes. However, this combination differs from Shamblers to Shamblers. What about D&D? Sadly, D&D has little information about the Shamblers, although, according to two third-party sources, Sandy Peterson's Cthulhu Mythos 5th edition Splatbook and Tome of Beast by Kobold Press, mention it. Marvelous verdict. So with that, we come to the video's end. Please tell us what you think about this video. Do you think we could have explored it more? Do you want a second video on Dimension Shamblers? What would you like us to explore there? Tell us all that in the comment section below while we sign off today, and we promise to bring a more thrilling video soon. And if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. Have a good one and be safe out there. Thanks, everyone.
In all of the vast history of the Sith, few stories are quietly as tragic as that of Darth Rhea. Before she ever donned the title of Dark Lord, she was Rhea, a wise and respected Jedi historian whose only crime was teaching her students to question, to search deeper, and to truly understand the Force in all of its complexities. Among her students was Revan, a prodigy whose hunger for knowledge mirrored her own, and the Jedi Council chose paralysis over action. It was Revan who finally stepped forward, determined to save the Republic himself. But what began as fierce defiance became catastrophe. Revan fell to the dark side, and in the aftermath, the Jedi Council needed someone to blame. It was Rhea who they turned on. They exiled her, claiming it was her teachings that had unleashed the greatest threat the galaxy had ever seen. And in that moment, the seeds of her lifelong doubt, her suspicion that the Force itself was an indifferent manipulator, took root and grew into an obsession. Cast out by the Jedi and betrayed by the very order that she had served, she saw answers where no sane mind would ever look, on the dead world of Malachor 5. Here she would encounter the dark side not as an abstract concept, but as a palpable will, embodying beings who had completely surrendered to it. In them, she saw everything that she feared, that sentient life was nothing more than a pawn to a cosmic power, without morality or without mercy. This is the story of Darth Rhea, the teacher condemned for her students' sins, the philosopher who dared to challenge the will of the Force itself, and the tragic figure whose life became a testament to betrayal, sorrow, and the dangerous pursuit of forbidden truth. From the very beginning, Rhea was never like the other Jedi. While her peers studied the Force as a means to serve destiny, she quietly wondered whether destiny itself was a prison. Born with an uncommon sensitivity to the currents of the Force, Rhea became a historian and a philosopher, driven not by ambition or conquest, but by a simple, unquenchable curiosity. She believed knowledge was the highest virtue, that understanding all sides of the Force was the only true path to wisdom. It was this devotion to understanding, not power, that led her to train some of the most brilliant minds the Order would ever produce. A student whose questions mirrored her own, and whose hunger for purpose would one day shape the galaxy. When the Mandalorian Wars erupted, Rhea watched in silent frustration as the Jedi Council refused to act, paralyzed by their faith and destiny. To Rhea, the cost of inaction was measured in the lives of worlds. Yet, by all of her doubts, she never forced her students down any path. She simply taught them to question, to think beyond the rigid dogma of the Jedi Order. But while Revan returned from the war as a Sith Lord, the Jedi Council turned their fear and shame into accusation. Rhea was branded the architect of his fall, the corrupter who had poisoned a generation with dangerous ideas. In truth, Rhea had only ever tried to help her students find their own way. Exiled and alone, Rhea began to wonder if her lifelong suspicion had been right, that the Force was no benevolent guide, but an indifferent force, shaping destinies without care for those who suffered in its currents. While the Jedi clung to the belief that the will of the Force was inherently good, Rhea could no longer accept that the tragedies of her life were necessary, or even meaningful. She asked herself a question no Jedi dared. What if destiny is simply another kind of slavery? In the end, it was this quiet defiance, not malice, that set her on a path to Malachor 5. There she would confront the darkest truths that she could find, and would eventually become Darth Rhea, the teacher who sought to tear down the Force itself. But before this life as a Sith Lord, Rhea was simply a woman who refused to surrender her mind to fate, and whose greatest sin was asking whether destiny was ever truly worth following. But it wasn't merely exile that kindled her rage, it was the hypocrisy that defined it. For decades, the Jedi had encouraged her to search the archives tirelessly, to dig into forgotten histories and uncover secrets that they themselves were too timid to face. Whenever she brought them new discoveries, they would praise her. They called her a scholar, a visionary, and yet the moment she dared to question whether their teachings were truly complete, whether even the Jedi were sometimes blind, they instantly branded her a heretic. All that she had devoted her life to, her rank, her identity, her purpose, was ripped away in an instant. They didn't exile her from the Jedi, they exiled her from everything that she had ever been. In their eyes, she was no longer Rhea the respectable historian. She was nothing but a dangerous voice, one better cast into silence than allowed to challenge the comfort of their dogma. It was in that emptiness, in the quiet after her life had been burned to ash, that Rhea made her fateful decision. If the Jedi would deny her the knowledge that she sought, if they would call her dangerous simply for thinking, then she would embrace everything that they had forbidden. She would not shy away from the dark. She would master it, not as a slave, but as an equal. She believed that by understanding the darkness as fully as she had once understood the light, she could finally see the Force without illusions, without grandeur. But the deeper she went into the secrets of the dark side, the more Rhea realized that the Jedi had never been her true enemies at all. They were only pieces on the board, pawns, just like the Sith. Her real jailer had always been the Force itself. It was the Force that had guided her students into war, that had elevated Revan to a hero and then a monster, that had placed her on a path only to break her. It was the Force that authored every triumph, every tragedy, indifferent to the suffering that it caused. And so she came to believe that her destiny was not just to defy the Sith or the Jedi, it was to liberate the galaxy from the tyranny of destiny itself. But to do that, to challenge the Force, she would have to claim the very power that she despised. She would have to wield the dark side as a weapon, not merely to conquer others, but to free them. In that conviction, she ceased to be Rhea. She became Darth Rhea, the betrayer of all creeds, and the herald of a final war against the Force itself. Driven by the conviction that only absolute knowledge could free her from the Force's manipulations, Rhea set her course for a world that the Jedi had long sealed away in fear. Malachor 5. This place was no ordinary graveyard. It was the epicenter of Revan's greatest crime, the site of a superweapon that had torn a wound in the Force, one so deep that it bled into every living thing that came near it. When she first set foot on the shattered surface, she felt it immediately, a deafening silence beneath all sound. The echo of countless lives extinguished in an instant. It wasn't just a battlefield. Malachor 5 was a scar on reality, and it was within that darkness that Rhea sensed another figure. Two presences, twisted, hungry, and impossibly strong, Sion and Nihilus, Dark Lords of the Sith. To anyone else, this would have been their end. Scion was death made flesh, a creature who refused to die no matter how many times he was broken. Nihilus was worse, a wound in the Force-given consciousness, a void that devoured entire worlds. But Kreia did not come to Malachor as a conqueror, she arrived as a student. She opened herself up to the dark side, listening to its secrets, its mysteries. In the catacombs of the Atreus Academy, she unearthed knowledge the Jedi had buried for millennia. She studied the rituals that gave Nihilus his insatiable hunger, and the dark arts that bound Sion's will to his shattered body. She learned the ways of the Sith not to surrender herself, but to understand, to master every doctrine, every heresy, every forbidden truth. And in time, she saw that her will was stronger than theirs. Through cunning and hindsight, Kreia did what no Sith before had ever achieved. She dominated both Sion and Nihilus, binding them to her purpose. She became their master not by brute force, but through the clarity of her vision. Where they were slaves to their hunger and their hatred, she was something far more dangerous. A mind that refused to be broken. A philosopher who would wield the dark side not for conquest, but to destroy the Force's hold over all of life. Yet, even as Kreia mastered the darkest secrets Malachor had to offer, she found no satisfaction in any of them. If anything, her study of the Sith only confirmed her most dreadful suspicion, that the dark side was an infection as much as it was a power. To wield it was to surrender something essential, to hollow out the self in exchange for the illusion of strength. She saw it mostly in the wretched forms of her apprentices. Sion, who was bound by his broken flesh together with sheer hatred, was a creature in perpetual agony. Every moment he continued to exist was a testament to how complete the dark side had consumed a person. And Darth Nihilus, the void in human shape, was perhaps the ultimate expression of the dark side's hunger. He had become nothing but appetite, stripped of name, stripped of memory, stripped of soul. In quiet moments, Kreia sometimes felt a flicker of pity for them. She understood, perhaps better than anyone alive, that their monstrosity was not simply a choice, but the final consequence of surrendering to the dark. But whatever compassion she may have held was buried beneath contempt. For all their terrible power, they were still slaves. Slaves to their impulses. Slaves to the Force. Pawns on the same board she had spent her life trying to escape. It was then that Kreia began to see the dark side not as an answer to the Jedi's blindness, but as another prison. One even crueler than the light. While the Jedi clung to the delusion of moral certainty, the Sith clung to suffering and the worship of their own pain. The Force corrupted both paths, elevating those most willing to sacrifice everything that made them human. And so in the end, Kreia's hatred grew to encompass not only the Jedi, but the dark side itself. She realized that every philosophy, every doctrine of control, compassion, conquest, or peace was just another mask for the Force's endless cycle of manipulation. To her, there was only one escape left. She would have to use the darkness, but never surrender to it, because if she did, she would become another monster, another pawn in a game that she no longer believed in. And so Kreia did what no Sith before her had ever dared. She used the dark side not because she believed in it, but because she had concluded it was simply another mask that the Force wore. A mask she had to master, so that she could better hope to rip it away. She looked at Darth Sion and Darth Nihilus and saw not just monsters, but victims. Victims of the same cosmic cruelty she had known her entire life. They were beings who had tried to take control of their fate, only to become more enslaved than anyone. In that way, she almost pitied them. But her pity was always laced with contempt, because even in their horror, they still served the Force. They were examples of what the Force did to those who reached for too much power. Cautionary tales masquerading as conquerors, and in her eyes, their endless hunger and suffering proved a truth no Jedi or Sith could ever admit. The Force used everyone, in every era, without purpose and without mercy. This was the revelation that set Kreia apart from every teacher and tyrant that came before her. Where the Jedi called the Force balance and the Sith called it strength, she saw only manipulation. To Kreia, it was neither a god nor a guide. It was a cold, indifferent will that elevated heroes and monsters alike, only to then cast them down, feeding on the endless cycle of hope and then despair. And that is why she believed her crusade was necessary, not simply to punish the Jedi for their hypocrisy or the Sith for their arrogance, but rather to free every living being from the invisible chains that bound them to a destiny that no one had ever chosen. She would become the instrument of that liberation, even if it meant becoming the greatest heretic the galaxy had ever known. because in Krea's mind, there was one more terrifying truth that no prophecy could ever erase, no victory could ever conceal. The Force itself was the villain in all things. But anyway, my friends, I hope you enjoyed this look and dive into the philosophy and mindset of Darth Traya and Kreia, certainly one of the most tragic Sith in all of Star Wars lore. She is one of the most compelling figures in the entire galaxy because she defies every expectation of what a Force user should be. She is neither a selfless Jedi nor a power-hungry Sith Lord, but something altogether more complex. A woman who has seen the failings of both paths and refused to accept either. Her life is defined by exile, betrayal, and the relentless search for meaning beyond dogma. This unyielding skepticism makes her feel more human and more tragic than almost any other character in the mythos. Her philosophy that the Force itself is an oppressor, a hidden hand that manipulates all life, shatters the comforting simplicity of the light versus the dark in all of our minds. Kreia challenges the idea that destiny is noble, or that surrendering to cosmic will can ever be called true freedom. In her eyes, the galaxy's endless cycle of war and suffering was evidence of a moral failing, but proof that the Force is a prison, one masquerading as enlightenment. Few characters in the franchise ever confront the very foundation of existence with such clarity and with such bitterness. In the end, Kreia's story is both a warning and an invitation. It warns of the dangers of blind faith, whether in tradition, power, or destiny, and it invites every being to question who they are without the Force's influence. Her legacy is the uncomfortable realization that perhaps the most heroic act is not to obey or to conquer, but rather to choose freely, even in the defiance of the universe itself. This is what makes Kreia unforgettable. She is a philosopher and a heretic, a mentor and a destroyer. And above all, Kreia is a reminder that true strength is born in the struggle to create one's own purpose. And with that, my friends, thank you so much for joining us in the archives here today, and may the Force be with you.
from CSBD hypersexuality and Tim Tam disorder. Do not let her have S3X with you. Do not do what she tells you to do. It gets her hard. Does Rhea put her Oreo pack inside you, King? Does Rhea put her trident in you? King, do you let Rhea put her cheese puff inside you? She is going to fuck you, Gabriel. She is going to fuck you. She is going to overpower and slip her Slim Jim in you, Gabriel. She suffers from hypersexuality. She gets rock hard every time she tells you to do something and you listen to her. And she is training to fuck you, Gabriel. She is planning it. She is planning in her head how she is going to sexually assault you.
Wait, Gabriel, your floor is so slippery, I hope I don't fall.
Alright guys, just got back from the dentist. It's time to talk about a new chapter of my book. Comedy, entertainment, and sex. Dealing with, depressions, hard times in life, You don't have to really have anything for comedy to be beneficial to just being a wage cook, just fucking having a job and having stress. And you seem to forget how important leisure and entertainment is. So we're going to be talking about that. Stick around, it's going to be a long video. Listen to it like a radio show. You don't have to look at me, just listen at work while you're driving. Just listen while you're doing something. Download it as an MP3 if you want, okay? So, where do we start? First of all, very funny. When you write a book, when you make something that can really help people, and then you realize, like, oh, a lot of these people, they are not really depressed. That's what I realized. They are just looking for fucking attention, buddy. And you have to take them hostage to buy your book, So, I write a book, self-help, psychology, understand how your mind works, deal with intrusive thoughts, depressions, surviving it. If you can't find a therapist, that's the legal loophole. I can tell you tips as an unlicensed psychologist. If you don't have access to, the proper medical, expert. So I can it's a self-help book. Okay, so I wrote it, and I'm like, I see on Twitter the other day, some fucking 40-year-old woman, 37, I don't fucking know. And she's like posting, I don't know, she's just baiting for attention. She's just posting bullshit, baiting for attention, You guys don't say I'm pretty. Well, here's another picture. She's like Auntie Rhea. She's Tim-tamming people. That's the term we use. The term I invented. Tim-tamming people, just being sweaty, asking for attention, trying to bait you, And I don't know, something she said about feeling bad, and I'm like, would you like me to, I wrote a book, would you like me to send you a copy? Because she was saying how she was reading other books, and I'm like, well, okay, this woman, if I give her a copy, it's going to be free marketing. And, she sounds like she needs help, she's dealing with shit. So 2 days later, I log in on my old Twitter account, my second, my backup, yesterday night. And, no response, and now this woman has a new post. Now she's like, I'm dealing with depression, and I'm dealing with depression, and I have been dealing with this and that, she's like baiting for, and I was like, let me write her another post. I was like, are you sure you don't want me to give you my book? And I'm like, no, I deleted it. I'm like, here's a link to my book so you can buy it. You know, it's written to help people with depression. It's written to change their lives. So let me get my laptop. Let me get my laptop, because on my laptop I'm logged in my second Twitter account, and I don't want to bother logging on the computer. So Linux refuses to run, so you have to just turn it off. So Linux, the wonders of Linux. I mean, no wonder you're gonna go insane. Look at the wonders of Linux. Like, the only thing I want from Linux is when I open the lid to run, to not have to boot into system D, to not have to boot into fucking system D for Linux to run. Thank you, MX Linux, garbage made by mentally ill trannies. Thank you. Amazing. I'm using a system made by mentally ill people. Just fucking... just fucking... Anyway... Anyway... Let's go to my Twitter. My second Twitter account. My backup Twitter account. And lo and behold, no notifications, you know? No notifications. This woman, as you can see, only spam accounts, no notifications. So this woman who is depressed, she lives in New York, you know, she has, you know, a Starbucks coffee in New York, minimum $7. So she gets like $20 salads, $10 sandwiches, $7 coffee every day. Some guys are, hey, you say that you got all these depressions. Here's a book I wrote, $14, you know, that's like 2 coffees. The price of a sandwich in New York. And she's an employed woman, she's a businesswoman, so it's not like I'm telling a person from the Balkans to, hey, spend $14 on my book. It's like, no, she's fucking throwing money around, you know. Rent in New York is like, you know, $2,000. That's on the cheap side. $2,000 rent on the cheap side. So I need you to understand how much it blows my butt. If I was shilling my book to, you know, people in small towns with, you know, they can afford just $14 on a book, like they gotta make sure it's something really good, you know, okay, I can understand being cautious, I can understand. You know, in Bulgaria, $14 for a book, you know. But in, like, you know, these business women in New York, they're spending, American women are spending $7 on Starbucks coffee every day. Every fucking day. Every fucking day she wakes up in her New York flat and chooses to go wait in line to spend $7 on coffee. Just coffee. Just a warm drink in the morning, $7. $10 salad, you know. Is it lunch? Is it like meat, like filling food? No, just something green, something crunchy. Bam, $10. So I don't know if you have been in such a situation one day when you can help somebody. And I guarantee you, because remember, the first time I offered her to give her the book for free. So this is not, oh, Kirill, you're shilling, you want their money. It's like, no, the first time, I told you, I offered her the book for free. Nothing. Nothing. Second, hey, you're a businesswoman, you know, Starbucks. $14 is nothing for you, right? nowadays, YouTubers, Boy Monsoon, wrestling YouTuber, it just gets random like $5 to $10 donation just for a guy to read his question, bro. I'm writing like a schmuck for 2 years to beg people, and to beg people to buy a book that can heal your depression, so you don't have to go to the therapist $500 an hour. So where is $14? Where is $500 per hour? So the therapist wants you to spend $2,000 per month to go talk to him. Hey, bro, let's talk. Maybe you have gay feelings for your father. So you realize these people, this woman, is a cunt. I'm depressed. Here's something that can fix you. I spent 2 years making it. For free? No. $14? No. Ignore. She's gonna keep posting how she's, I'm feeling bad today, Meanwhile, Rhea Ripley fan girls, Rhea Ripley drops a new t-shirt, they're fucking sold out, millions of dollars, sold out. $20 for a t-shirt, $30 buying on the spot, just at work. She just sees, Rhea Ripley sells a new t-shirt for $30. Immediately, debit card out, ordered, sold out. Blow my brains out, bro. So you see, people are. It would be one thing if you're selling something people don't need, but you see that often people would rather pay. They would happily pay for made-up bullshit and dreams and things they don't need. And when they're like, you see, a child with cancer, and you're like, hey, you go to his mother, hey, you want this, these secret book, whatever, $10, and she's like, nah. The child dies from cancer. It's like, at this point, what can you do? What can you do, right? I don't know if you had this happen to you, like seeing a woman in the road with a flat tire, and you're like, hey, you need any help? And she's like, nah. I really gotta start fucking with people. From now on, if I see a woman with a flat tire on the road, hey, buy my book, and we can talk about it. Give me $14, because it becomes insulting. It becomes insulting. Okay, it's like I'm not saying my viewers need to buy the book, because if you don't have any problems, why would you need a book? If you're happy and you're like, yeah, I'm feeling fine, why would you need a book? Yeah, it has some nice, self-help life advice, but like, but these women that are like complaining how depressed they are, and you're like the one guy with a specifically written book, so they don't have to spend $500 on therapy every week, and they're like, nah, I'm keep buying Starbucks and going to the therapy. Hope you die, bitch. Anyway, we're gonna have to censor this part. Yeah, basically, what am I gonna say about sex and comedy, entertainment? It's not going to fix the underlying cause. Like, if you have a tooth infection, they gotta get in there, clean the infection, right? However, like antibiotics, like painkillers, having a good time really helps when you're trying to deal and survive and cope, and sometimes, because there's a lot of times, a lot of depressions where there's really nothing wrong, but maybe your stomach bacteria is killed by the antibiotics, so you feel depressed, but there's no reason. Sometimes you can't say a reason, but you just feel bad. And at these times, you find out that actually having some fun in your life is gonna actually fix it, okay? Because there's no underlying problem. If it's a problem with stomach bacteria, you can take the probiotics and the kimchi and the pickled asparagus, the pickled stuff, and kombucha, kefir, real yogurt with live bacteria, and that would be the actual fix if it was only the stomach bacteria making you depressed. But sometimes, if you're like, hey, a lot of women and actually a lot of men too, sometimes they feel down for no reason. It's like, you don't need meds, you don't need to get addicted to fucking psychotics. You just feel bad today for some reason. You can't say why. I'm asking you why. You're like, I don't know. Everything's fine. You're getting late. Everything's fine at work. You're not, And it's like, well, watch something fun. Listen to something fun. And it's, okay, I feel better now. So in these cases, that's the actual cure. Okay? Or I don't know, maybe you need to go work out or like chill in a park in nature for a while. I mean, if you're in Germany, don't go to a park because it's full of Muslims, first of all. Let's say go in nature where you're safe, away from Muslims, okay? So let's quickly cover sex first. So when you're doing any type of sex or porn, masturbation, when you ejaculate, it does leach a lot of like nutrients. We're talking amino acids, enzymes, vitamins, minerals, and all kinds of stuff. Life force. It leaches it from your organs. So with a shitty American diet, I mean, if you don't cook at stuff, most of the home you buy outside, it's no butter, it's palm oil. It's not real sugar, it's high fructose corn syrup. They tell you sugar is bad. Sugar is a lot better than fucking corn syrup, bro. You're going to start to feel depressed and bipolar, and especially if you're like, let's say it's spring, you're feeling in a sexual mood, let's say you're ejaculating every day. That's a fucking, without proper nutrition supplementation, that's a fucking death sentence. So I try to take tribulus, multivitamin, collagen, vitamin K and D3, K2, because I know, and I still try to get, the collagen is going to be my protein source. We can still get, some type of protein if you want, and make sure you're still eating good, like you gotta eat your meat. I got some skewers, gotta get your daily meat in the body. Cheese, eggs, fish, caviar, some type of pickled vegetables, olives, Master T, Genetic Beast, he's gonna tell you how vegetables are a waste, they're bad for you. Well, what about pickled vegetables? Because they are giving your stomach bacteria They're helping you stay healthy. Because if your good stomach bacteria is killed and you have the bad stomach bacteria, you're going to be having diarrhea and you're going to be having all sorts of problems. Like you might get cancer. There were some reports of people who drink Monster Energy drinks and they like finally get like colon cancer. Nobody can prove it, but you know, it's something's off, you know. So I gotta buy. Dude, I'm gonna kill Linux. Dude, I'm gonna kill Linux. Right now, it's stuck. I closed the lid and it's stuck in a boot loop. Right now, the fan is making noise constantly. It's stuck in a boot loop. Look at MX Linux, bro. Okay, now it's dead. Now, I think it's dead. MX Linux. Try Linux, bro. And keep in mind, that night laptop is just for me to lay in bed like a princess and write my book at night and watch some wrestling stream if there's wrestling, you know, 4chan, chat with my bros, you know. Nothing too much. No Photoshop, no editing videos, no video games, just a writer's laptop, you know. Fucking stuck in a boot loop. Dude, I have tried multiple Linux distributions multiple times. I am telling you, maybe I misheard, maybe someone's outside doing some repairs, maybe I thought it was the laptop, but it does it. It does it like every day. Okay. You close the lid and it gets stuck in a fucking boot loop. Oh, let me get some chocolate before I go insane. Oh yeah. There's your fucking fix. Chocolate. Where's my chocolate? There's your fucking fix. Are you feeling depressed? Chocolate. However, you know, obviously the problem is, you know, good quality chocolate. I mean, as long as it doesn't have palm oil, it's good if it doesn't have soy lecithin, obviously. As long as it doesn't have palm oil. It doesn't have to be expensive. It could be like cheap. Or you could just buy some cocoa butter, some cocoa powder, and just fucking mix it with some dry milk. Make your own fucking hazelnut paste, whatever. So at least you know it's gonna be good. Or just buy real cocoa seeds, you know. Nuts, cocoa nuts, I think they call them. So you get one of these in your system. I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Get one of these in your system in the morning with some coffee. You're not gonna be depressed. Unless you have a, you know, an actual cause to be depressed. However, I found a solution to, you know, causes of depression. So let's say you have problems at work. You have problems with someone. Someone is a problem for you. Well, no. I'm going insane. I'm hearing noises from there. I think it's the laptop. I'm going insane, bro. Well, at least you're still listening, right? Please don't turn on the video now. No, don't. So, I found a way to deal with people. If somebody is a problem, I found a way to deal with them, to stop them being a problem. I can't tell you what I found. I can't. I just can't. I really want to. I really wish to. But even if I wrote it in a book to like sell it to you, I can't. Okay, I just can't. Okay? But what I can tell you is, if you search for a solution long enough, if you're like thinking about it, man, there has to be a way, I gotta find a way, there has to be a way, I wanna find a solution, you will, in time, get some crazy idea that actually works. It happens, but you can't give up, you can't be like, okay, I guess there's no solution. You can't be like that. You gotta be like, there has to be a way. You just keep thinking about it. You know, what can I do? I can't tell you. But anyway, there's always a solution. There's always... Now my nose is fucking... There's always a solution, something crazy to a problem. Even when it feels like there's no solution. What were we talking about? Sex. So basically, you gotta have proper nutrition, and you have to realize that if you ejaculate often, if you ejaculate 2 days in a row, first day, okay, second day, after your ejaculation, you're going to feel depressed and bipolar for a day, okay? Good nutrition supplements are going to help you a lot, but you're still gonna get depleted. So you're fighting like a battle of nutrition, right? So, the second day, you get, when you're stressed, you get a temporary feel-good boost, you ejaculate, and then you feel kind of depressed for a day. And you need to realize that in that time, you can't trust your brain. It's gonna make small problems appear like big problems. You're gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna kill myself, you know. So, like I'm not joking. Let's say your wife, like, didn't wash a dish properly, right? And you're like, my wife didn't wash this dish properly. That's it, I'm gonna kill myself. So, one day, you're like, oh shit, I had sex, or I watched porn, I ejaculated, you know, second day in a row, and I'm okay. I'm gonna try to ignore my brain trying to give me bad feelings for this day, because it's gonna be kind of fake. It's, you know, it just has that effect. So, on the other hand, sex and pleasure really helps with dealing with stress. So if you are having stress at work, and you're going to see always in the movies, when they do the action movie, in the end they're kissing, they're having sex, because, hey, if you survive Die Hard, and you're like, man, I'm stressed out, I need to have some fucking outlet, I need to, you know, have sex with a woman, right? At least get kissing, right? So, when you're doing cool shit, when you're stressed out, either way, you need pleasure to relax, to get the energy out. So, you're going to have wet dreams. You're going to have nocturnal emissions. When I went to London with a friend to find a job, I was stressed out. I was getting fucking wet dreams, bro. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not that the demons are trying to get your sperm. No, you're just dealing with stress. Your body is just giving a wet dream so it replenishes the sperm and it releases the stress. Okay? That's it. And a lot of people can dance or maybe work out or just like scream like, ah! You know, and it works. Get the energy out. So sex and looking at hot women can be extremely important. However, there's a trick. Who said that you need to ejaculate every time? So if you're like, hey, listen, I'm a little low nutrients, I don't want to get the bad effects later. Sometimes one day you find out that you can be like, you can get some pleasure and feel nice, and you can be like, that was nice, just like biting half a piece of chocolate, just like, that was nice, I don't need to come. Thank you. That was a nice little buzz. But tonight, you know, I'm just gonna, you can enjoy pleasure without going to the end. Okay, so that's the life hack. That's the life hack. So that's pretty much about sex. When you ejaculate too often, you're gonna feel depressed for a day, and it's kind of fake. You need to kind of learn to not listen to your mind for a while. Okay. I mean, what if tomorrow some demon is like giving you thoughts to like you know, jump from somewhere? Would you like listen to your mind? Like, oh, there's no reason, but it would be kind of cool if we jumped. It's no, you know. What else? Now we're on to comedy, and man, I want to talk about Jason Blaha, bro, so much, and we're half an hour in the fucking podcast. Half an hour. But let's talk about it. Entertainment, action movies, comedy movies, just good TV shows, something you want to watch, something that gets you excited. Okay, because if I recommend you a comedy, but you hate it, you personally don't like it, it's not gonna do you any good. So it has to be something you're excited to watch, something you enjoy. Of course, if you haven't seen it before, you're gonna have to give it a shot. But anyway, just watching movies and TV shows with your family, having a relaxing time after dinner is a big boost to your family and mental health and relationship, everything, bro. Okay? I'm not saying you have to. Maybe you as a family like to sit around the campfire and read books, I don't know, but it doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to try. If you're already doing it, but you're watching shit you don't like, start trying some new shit, pirate some movies that you and the family wants to see. So I'm gonna recommend comedy movies, definitely. So I'm gonna recommend Horrible Bosses 1, Horrible Bosses 2, Ace Ventura 1 and 2. You know, Jim Carrey has some great movies. Liar Liar. What was it? Evan Almighty, the one where Jim Carrey becomes like a god. Movies with who else? I mean, I guess The Hangover. The Hangover is not like my favorite, but I guess it's okay. War Dogs. That's a good fucking comedy. Never have action movies. You just fucking put some Vin Diesel movie, Fast and Furious, any movie, Triple X. There's 3 movies. Tom Cruise movies, Arnold movies, Schwarzenegger movies, Stallone movies. I mean, there's so many good movies, but if I tell you my favorite movies, obviously it's The Mechanic and The Jackal, and there's like multiple movies made about these characters. Le Samurai, another fucking classic. Diabolik, the original, the remakes. But these are my favorites. Okay. And then we get into TV shows. We got Dexter, all the Dexter TV shows. We got what else are we watching? What else are we watching? The laptop is making noise again. Bro, this can drive you insane. The little things. It's always little things that drive you insane. That before you know it, you're fucking jumping on the bridge. So I'm gonna open it and I'm going to kill it. Okay? I am going to now kill the laptop. So you can stop making noise. There, now it's dead. Now, no more noise. Dude, this is how people go insane, bro. You already have some real problems. Then, oh, it actually was noise from the outside. You can go insane, bro. You have some little things annoying you, like a creaky door, like you know, creaky door. Your cat is meowing, and you just fucking snap. So, but there's always a creative solution. Like, you find out that the cat likes to play with towels. You get a towel, and the cat is not gonna meow. It's gonna come play with the towel. It's not gonna meow. So you don't need to beat the cat, obviously. Okay. There are creative solutions. Okay. But at some point, you gotta start fixing the small stuff where it's gonna drive you insane. At some point, you gotta install Windows 10, the long support version, and we'll bottomize it, you know, because Linux is fucking garbage. I mean, I guess I'll try Linux Mint one last time, the newest Linux Mint. And I'm gonna get pissed off, and finally I'm just gonna put Windows 10 because it's a travesty. It is a travesty that Linux fails even as a fucking nighttime laptop in bed writing my book. Even a writer is like fed up with Linux, bro. And I want to give it a try. I've given it so many tries. I've tried Manjaro, Ubuntu, Mint, MX Linux, OpenSUSE. How many LX, what was it? Ubuntu, actually. You want to become a Ububudo when you try Ubuntu Linux. Actually, here's an idea. A TV show, a comedy show, which would cure depression for everybody. Whatever problem you have, you might be suicidal. A TV show that universally cures depression, like everybody's happy. So the TV show is like Ripley tries to use Ubuntu Linux. And you know, the whole like 2 seasons, 24 episodes, she's just trying to like use her laptop and all sorts of shenanigans. She gets fucking insane. It's like, I hate Ubuntu Linux. You know, she gets convinced that if she uses Linux, the boys, the men, are gonna think she's really hot and they're gonna worship her feet. So she's like, I'm gonna install Linux and I'm gonna go on X and I'm gonna be like, I'm using Linux, boys. And she takes a picture in bed, like, you know. And then Ripley tries to use Ubuntu Linux. Or like OpenBSD, you know, she tries to use like Open. She's like, what is all this documentation? What the fuck is this shit? Dude. You know, she's like, she's in her home gym, she's like doing some curls, and the laptop is on a chair next to her, and she's just like listening to some music with headphones. And Linux does like a kernel crash. Like fucking gets stuck in a reboot, and she just had it. She just had it with fucking Linux. But by far, I feel the biggest, the most pleasant things that have kept me sane, living in the most depressing country. I mean, the most depressing people around me, I mean. No, not the country, not the place, but the people. Check out these forearms, bro. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm a writer in psychology. Check out these fucking forearms. Does your therapist have fucking swole fucking forearms? I survived 7 days of antibiotics to have these fucking arms, bro. Look at this shit. Does your therapist beat Mark Wahlbrenner at finger push-ups? 24 finger push-ups. Try me. Try me. Oh, kiddo, he's just a funny fat guy. Ark! Ark! Butt broken publicly on video. With proof. Butt broken on video with proof. Wahlbrenner. Funny thing about Mark Wahlbrenner, Tiger Fitness, is he's like anti-alcohol. He's like, don't drink alcohol, that shit is poison. And why is he telling that? So you can save more money to buy his supplements. If you're buying alcohol, you're not gonna have money to buy his supplements. He's like, guys, stop drinking alcohol, that's a vice. So you can give me money for ketone supplements, PHBB plus, ketone supplements, guys. It's really gonna get in your blood. You're gonna become like a vampire. It's like, Mark, you've been taking ketones. You did 20 finger push-ups. I did 24. Without ketones, without steroids. What are we doing here, bro? Why are you selling people, bro? Think about it. Think about it. I'm like Jason Black reloading some bullets. Think about it. Think about it. Feeling depressed? More chocolate. Get fat, okay? Man, Jason Black has a fucking hump, bro. He has a fucking hump, bro. And it's time to take antibiotic again. Oh boy. Oh. By far, the biggest things that have helped me like cope with life and depressions, if I didn't have these things, like, I don't know, it would have been fucking hell. So, obviously your family, obviously my family, understanding, that you can talk to someone when you're depressed. After that, we're talking about entertainment. Jason Bacher. Watching old Jason Bacher videos, listening to his bullshit. He's a reptilian, he's a male model, he was a mercenary. Listening to all the troll channels who are making fun of him, like, bro, that shit will make you laugh, okay? You will not be depressed when you watch that shit. And just like, while I'm working at work, listening to these videos, and you just burst out laughing listening to his bullshit. I'm not fat, guys. I'm ripped. I'm ripped in person, guys. Can you imagine if I was like, guys, I have a six-pack in person, just that the camera doesn't show it, guys. I'm actually 5% body fat. I'm huge. I'm 6'5". I'm just as big as Jack Reacher, guys. It's like, no, I'm 5'8". Okay. Guys, in terms of forearms, I'm just as jacked as Buddy Matthews, guys. It's like, no. Yeah, in terms of forearms, okay. What was I talking about? Jason Bachavius, Come Town podcast. Patrice O'Neill on the Opie and Anthony show. What else? And, you know, some YouTubers. Obviously, shout out to Genetic Beast Master T. Shout out to my friend Chad T.I. Shout out to Buck Tow Truck, my friend. Any other friends I forgot to mention, shout out to them as well. Queen Aminata Vlogs, one of my favorite wrestlers. Queen Aminata Vlogs are really a sunshine, okay? Queen Aminata Vlogs, yeah. Anyway, hope you learned something today. I'm gonna try to fix the windshield cowl on my car. Just use some silicone, make it like brand new, make it fit like brand new, because there's a little gap right now and it needs to be like fixed. So I'm gonna go play with that. I'm gonna do some vacuuming, you know. Cooked already. There's chicken skewers, so that's pretty much it. Have a great day.